கொஞ்சம் வால்யூம் ஏத்துக்கோங்க.
Yeah, it does. Oh. A lot of echo, yeah. Less echo? Yeah, a little less. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay.
It's not on.
Yeah, I'm checking. No.
It's on? Okay, okay. Yeah, big time. Yeah. More. Okay.
I know. But also we could like switch off the mic. But I don't know. Yeah, oh true. I'll just take it off and give it to you. I mean, we kind of are. Let's do that? You want to try this mic then?
No, but like, yeah. Still needs to be higher, yeah.
It's like not the same as this mic.
Yeah.
Can we lower the thumb for now? It's I can't hear you guys.
You can, okay, okay.
Oh.
I think this one needs a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll just face
Better. A little bit more will be good. No, a little bit more. Not really. With them, not really. Little bit more will be good.
I can't hear him.
She can't hear me.
They want us to sing something. Okay.
No, she can't hear.
I can
She
hear
can't hear.
At all.
I can, but like
I think it's better.
okay, all together.
पिया की नजर जादू बन
Namaskar and good morning. So wonderful to see you all up bright and early to celebrate Lotus Bay Area's 25th year and the day 2 of a 4-day celebration. So thank you all for being here first and foremost. As the torchbearers of promoting talent in Bay Area and Indian classical music, we are thrilled to start our day 2 with an invocation in the Hindustani style of Indian classical music. I'll hand over the mic to our MC of the day, Kavita Ramaswamy, to take over from here. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the music. Please do remember to turn off your cell phones if you have not already. If not, I'll say what I say every month at Lotus. At least match the Shruti on stage. We want to sound good here.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 25th year celebration of Lotus, Local Talent Underscore. For 25 years, Lotus has been a pillar of the Indian classical music community in the Bay Area, providing a platform for talented local artists to share their music. The vision that began in year 2000 has flourished thanks to the tireless efforts of the Ni Pa Risa team, Nandarna, Purnimama, Radhaman, Shubhama. The dedication to nurturing this rich musical ecosystem has brought us all here today. Yesterday was a truly special day filled with deep musical insights and enriching conversations, and today promises to be just as memorable. We have a fantastic lineup ahead, and to set the tone, we begin with a Hindustani invocation presented by Diksha Venkateshwaran, Rigved Barve, Mihika Maharana, and Tejas Venkateshwaran. Let's begin this beautiful day with music that uplifts the soul. Enjoy the performances and welcome once again to the Lotus's 25th year celebrations.
Namaskaram everyone. I would like to begin this invocation by singing Mata Sharade to seek her blessings for wisdom. This composition is special to my heart as it was composed by my Guru Shri Manoj Tamankarji.
ni sa re sa ni ma ma pa ni sa re ma pa ma re ni sa re 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 ma ma re sa ni pa ni ma pa re ma pa ni sa ma ta sharade 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 ma ta sharade
ni sa re ma pa ni pa ma pa ni sa re sa ni sa ma re ni sa pa ni pa ma pa ni sa re ni pa ni ma pa re ma re ni pa ni ma pa ma ni pa ma re sa ma ta sharade mata sharade mata sharade mata sharade jagat janani bhavani mata sharade mata sharade mata sharade
Namaste everyone. I will continue today's invocation with a very famous Ram bhajan, Payo ji maine Ram Ratana Dhana Payo. It is one of the very few bhajans that have been sung by all of the stalwarts of Hindustani classical music. So I will attempt to sing a version of this that is sung by one of my idols, Pandit Venkatesh Kumar. I will start with the blessings of my Guru, Pandit Dr. Raja Kai. Thank you. पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, 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 पायो जी मैंने पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। वस्तु अमौलिक दी मेरे सतगुरु, वस्तु अमौलिक दी मेरे सतगुरु, वस्तु अमौलिक दी मेरे सतगुरु, कृपा कर अपनायो, पायो जी मैंने कृपा कर अपनायो, पायो जन्म जन्म की जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जग में सभी खोवायो पायो जी मैंने, जग में सभी खोवायो पायो जी मैंने, जग में सभी खोवायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो पायो जी मैंने। मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु, 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 मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु, मीरा के प्रभु, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु। आ मीरा 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 के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, हर का जस गायो पायो जी मैंने, हर का जस गायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो 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 पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन, राम रतन धन, राम रतन धन पायो।
Next, I will present a Marathi abhang called Arambi Vandim by Sant Samartha Ramdas, which expresses a profound yearning and surrender to Lord Rama, highlighting his divine power and presence. Arambi Vandina Ayodhya Arambi Vandina Ayodhya Arambi Vandina Ayodhya Arambi Vandina Ayodhya Bhaktachi akaza Bhaktachi akaza Pavat se Arambi Vandina
I will conclude with a bandish in Rag Gaud Saram. It is a Drut Ektal bandish that is composed by Dr. Ashwini Bhide Deshpande, a very renowned vocalist in Mumbai. I would like to thank both our accompanists today, Miheka and Tejas, for being here with us today. Thank you. And for the Lotus organization and Shubha Priyaji for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Dhana 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 gari suhai, dhana 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 gari suhai, dhana 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 gari suhai, dhana gari suhai, dhana 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 gari suhai, dhana 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 gari suhai, dhana dhana gari suhai, dhana dhana gari धन घर सुहाय आवत गोकुल कनाय आवत गोकुल कनाय आवत गोकुल कनाय आवत गोकुल कनाय अति आनंद जन पाय धन 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 घर सुहाय सोहत मुख चंद्र बदन सोहत मुख चंद्र बदन सोहत मुख चंद्र बदन सोहत मुख चंद्र बदन कानन कुंडल चमकत निरखत जन मोहत मन अगमनि गम छाये अगमनि गम छाये रे अगमनि गम छाये अगमनि गम छाये धन 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 घरि सुहाय धन 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 घरि सुहाय धन धन घरि सुहाय धन 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 घरि सुहाय धन 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 घरि सुहाय सुहाय धन 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 गर मग रे गर मग सारे सागर मग गर मग सारे सा प प मग ग ग म रे रे गर रे म प म ग म प नि द नि म प सा प म ग म रे म रे म ग रे म ग रे म ग धन 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 घरि सुहाय धन धन चन्द्रवदन सोहतं चन्द्रवदन सोहतमुख चन्द्रवदन कानन कुण्डल चमकत निरखत जनमोहत मन अगम निगम झायि धन 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 घरि सुहाई धन 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 घरि सुहाई आवत गोकुल कन्हाय अति आनंद जन पाए धन 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 घरि सुहाई धन 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 धन
Very old souls and very young bodies. We talked a lot yesterday in our panel about values and about immersive experiences. A true immersive experience is one where you find yourself speechless and unable to find the right words to express gratitude for an invocation which is all-consuming. Very, very young in age, and yet the music speaks of one other value that was addressed in the panel yesterday. Shuddhamana Patantram, that Paramparya Sangeetam. Our music has an immense amount of potential for Manodharmam, which they explored so exquisitely within boundaries today. Now, within boundaries, I think needs to be the highlight. There is freedom in classical music within the boundary and confines that have been set to us. If music was only free, it would not stay within the confines of classicism. So classical music does have to follow certain tenets. And yet, we are allowed to explore freedom within those confines. Within the Pathantaram and the Parampariyam and the traditional music offered to these young musicians by their Guru Parampara, from which they are undoubtedly unwavering. And to hear that music and have it taken to the next level, a very divine and godly level, where each one of us is left feeling a sense of ecstasy within. You know, that jittery feeling that we all feel, that feeling of goosebumps, that comes from not knowing what your body wishes to express when it's feeling that amount of joy. So I can only feel grateful on behalf of Lotus to say that we are so honored that the invocation began with the idea of pure music, Shuddha Sangeetam. Our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Diksha, to Rigved, who I've enjoyed Rigved's harmonium playing. Beautiful, subtle, very, very controlled harmonium playing. And today, the exquisite nature of that voice, the timbre, and the way he carried the music. It truly, to show both of those sides as an accompanist and as a main vocalist. We've had the pleasure of hearing Diksha as a violinist as well, a Karnataka violinist. And when we heard her last month in Lotus, Purnima and I were saying, how can we do Lotus 25 without this music, without Hindustani Sangeetam opening as an invocation, because nothing encapsulates what Lotus stands for. Shuddha Sangeetam and music that is transferred to the next generation, where they too strive to persevere in preserving this pure music. So Diksha, Rigved, thank you so much for this divine opening today. Mihika, you're such a talented and such a tasteful artist, and it's no wonder Vivekda has been a mentor to the community, to the entire Bay Area music community in so many ways. And among his many beautiful talents is Vivekda's ability to always be humble in his accompaniment. He is one of those musicians who will never outplay the main artist, even if the capability is there. And Mihika, I think your raga expressions evidently show that you're capable of so much very quickly, and yet you chose to humble yourself. And very apt accompaniment. Thank you, Mihika. Tejas holds a very, very special place in our heart as someone who has embodied the latter aspect of the Shruti Mata Layaf Pita. I always tend to think that this child has a metronome in his brain. To be able to hold Layam with such control, and to be able to enhance when needed and to pull back when not needed, is a true talent. And he is such a gifted percussion artist. We are so happy to have showcased this beautiful quartet. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we can't wait to have you more and more and more in Lotus. May you always be blessed. May that Gokulananda that you invoked, and may that beautiful Arambhi Vandina Ayodhya Raja, may he always continue to bless you all. Thank you sincerely.
While we transition to the next, I know Shubha, Nanda, Radha and I always say this, Lotus is for next generation. We saw that yesterday and we are seeing it today. What more next generation can we ask for from what the youth presented yesterday and the youth are presenting today? So continue to sit back and bless these young artists as they show up on stage today.
Hello, Varda. Yeah. We're going to play a founder video, maybe request your attention here, and in the meanwhile, we request Srimati Vijaya Venkatesh to get behind this.
Can we settle down for the next program to start, please? Can we settle down for the next program to start? While the stage is being set, I wanted to express Lotus's heartfelt gratitude to Shanta Mami, who is in the audience, representing Varadarajan Mama and herself. Can we please give Mami a heartfelt gratitude, namaskaram, on behalf of Lotus and the whole community, Amma, for being here today, for being here yesterday, and for being with us for 25 years. Thank you so much, Amma. Veena, give her a big hug for all of us there.
Now, it is my absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker, a stalwart in the field of Sanskrit, Carnatic music, and cultural propagation, Srimati Vijaya Venkatesh, a gold medalist in MA Sanskrit from Bangalore University. She pursued research and teaching under the UGC fellowship. Trained in Carnatic vocal, she continued her musical journey even after moving to the US nearly 50 years ago. With advanced degrees in engineering and management, she worked as a research engineer and financial strategist before fully dedicating herself to promoting Carnatic music and Sanskrit in the US. She led the Sundararanga Indian Cultural Academy and served as the vice president of Carnatic Music Association of North America, playing a pivotal role in nurturing local and emerging talent. Please join me in welcoming Srimati Vijaya Venkatesh for this keynote address.
Pranamaha. Pranamaha Sadase. I'm very much charged with the program yesterday. Namasadase. Pranamaha. I'm very much charged by the program yesterday. All day through we had Raga Bhava, Sahitya Bhava, through the Pancharatna singing and the Abhinaya, Sahitya Bhava during Pancharatna singing in the morning, and also the discussions between the stalwarts in the area, the local teachers, and also the youth ensemble last night, where Raga and Laya came together. And every program done by all these youngsters shows how much Lotus has been doing since last 25 years. Gitacharya Samarambham, Tyagarajaadi Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. Namaskarams to the entire Guru Parampara, starting with Krishna, the Gitacharya, and the flutist, the master of both Vak and Geya. Namaskarams to Sadashiva, who played the entire alphabet system on his drum, again, Vak and Laya. Pranamas to the entire Guru Parampara from then on, which includes Tyagaraja and my gurus Sangeeta Kalasagara R.R. Keshwamurthy and Sri Mathur Shankarmurthy. My humble thanks to Lotus for giving me an opportunity to open up this eventful day with a few of my thoughts about traditional values in our music with the perspective of my own experiences with all of you. At the discussion of this thought-provoking topic, I thought this would be a great one for panel discussions because of the many layers to be covered. I'll just scratch the surface with just 3 topics: the Guru, the Shishya, and musical purity. During my growing years, there was traditional music everywhere in varieties of forms. Pada singing and Olaga playing by Dasyas coming door to door with their cattle for Unchavritti. The blasting music on the radio in shops and hotels on our walk to school. Traditional Aarti songs sung during Upanayanams and weddings. Harikathas, Gamakavachanas, and Namasankirtanams, the trickling water from a leaky faucet in my backyard that happened to be my metronome, rhythmic singing of the folk women beating the paddy from my grandfather's field, the daily Vedic chantings and Aradhana bells by my grandfather at home, and even the Islamic prayer from the mosque in the east. At home, the day started with radio broadcasts of Suprabhatam by M.S. Subbulakshmi, Geeta Aradhana bhajans, followed by music lessons by R.K. Srikanthan on the Bangalore station of All India Radio, then melodies of Srirangam Gopal Ratnam singing Annamaya songs, or Balmurali's Ashtapadis or Sadashiva Brahmahendra's Kritis by Balmurali Krishna on Hyderabad and Vijayawada stations. Then were the muffled and scratchy receptions of Trichy and Madras station broadcasts in the afternoon, and the national radio programs from Delhi, late nights once a month on weekends. Not to be forgotten are the Utsava processions in the temple, where Ramadasappa, the official Devasthana Vidwan, also a graded All India radio artist, played not just kritis on the Nagaswaram, but also great alapanas such as Todi, Kambhoji, Ananda Bhairavi, Mand, and so on. His Mallari brought the deity to life. Bhakti and spirituality was in the air to add the mood. Throughout my musical experiences, I've had the privilege to observe, imbibe, and propagate several traditional values that have sustained over the decades. These values, which have stayed on and have made our music classical, are not only relevant, but very important to our music even today. They are to be promoted so that we do not lose the very definition of the traditional classicism of Carnatic music. The fundamental value that our elders implanted in us was Guru Bhakti, respect for our parents and teachers. Why Bhakti? What is it in a Guru that demands that Bhakti? There are many words in Sanskrit that refer to a teacher. Jnanin, Guru, Acharya, Deshika, Upadhyaya, and many more. Jnanin is someone who is knowledgeable. Jnaninaha, Tattvadarshinaha. Jnanins are the ones who have seen the Tattva, thatness. Tattva, the truth and definition of the subject. Guru means density in Sanskrit. Thus, Guru refers to a teacher who is fully equipped with necessary knowledge that he can pour out. Tyagaraja sings in his kriti Nichittamu, Guru Chilla Ginja. He is like a soap nut cleansing the students' ignorant minds. Guruve Brahmaramu. He makes his students just like himself, just like a wasp would do. Gurude Bhaskarudu. He is the enlightening sun. Gurude Bhadrudu. He is the auspicious one. Gurude Uttamagati. He is the ultimate refuge or resort. My teacher RRK was certainly a guru. His knowledge was not only deep and dense in Carnatic music and musicology, but his knowledge in many other fields and the desire to continue to learn and to do sadhana, even in his 90s, were astounding. He showed me how there is always something new to know and learn at every stage of life. Once, we, the vocalists and violinists, accompanied by Sri T.A.S. Mani on the Mridangam, presented Mahavaidyanatha Iyer's Bahattara Mela Ragamalika of 72 Melakartas, in its entirety in the august presence of many eminent in-state and out-of-state musicians at a conference in Ganakala Parishad. R.R.K. Shumurthy not only wrote by hand the notations in Kannada alongside his teaching, but also asked us to assist him with typesetting to print the book at his own printing press, which he had set up at his home. What an experience it was. He would never waste any time. While he had time between classes, besides reading English literature and books on Vedanta and so many others, he would carve seasoned jackwood to make violins, adjusting the positions of the bridges and the parts underneath to get a better tone. He even made a small travel tambura for me, and he gifted it to me when he came to know that I was getting married, leaving the country, and that the airlines were not allowing musical instruments to be checked in due to drug trafficking in those days. Acharya is the preceptor who does not just preach, but practices and demonstrates. Yadyad acharati shreshtaha tatadevetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokas tadanu vartate. Whatever a great person authenticates with his action is what the world follows. In this regard, I look up to Sri Aryakudi Ramanjangar, who validated the Kacheri pattern that almost all the musicians adopted. He codified the timeless logic and value in this pattern, which is demonstrated through so many concerts to this day. Certainly, we do need risk-taking and trying new things for evolution, innovation, and growth. But once a person becomes visible, much care has to be taken about what can be tried in public. It's a performance responsibility not only to set proper values for others, but also to retain his own credibility to be respected as Shrestha or Acharya. Upa means samipya or proximity. Upa adhiyate asmat iti upadhyayah. This refers to learning in proximity or in-person lessons. A teacher in this role is able to take different approaches knowing the student's strengths and weaknesses. I feel that this kind of learning is certainly needed in the beginning stages of learning. We were encouraged to sit in classes however long we wanted to learn through listening and participating with other students, such as singing to our Manodharma with several seniors, including Anu Ramakrishna and several others, who played along on 4 or 7-string violins with my guru. We enjoyed the conversations of artists and teachers like Nukulachina Satyanarayana from Andhra, T.R. Subramaniam from Delhi, and many other teachers who visited our guru, who was well known to be the teacher of teachers. This was so enjoyable that going to class and sitting there almost became addictive to me. I would sit in the class for hours till my guru yelled at me affectionately to go home. Amma ninnu baitare, nannu baitare, hotagok munche manege hogu. Such was the beauty of learning in proximity. Again, this would open up the extended discussion of the values of Gurukula Vasa in contrast to the evolution of the contemporary online lessons, which facilitate learning in spite of a distance as much as 12,000 miles and teaching in mass. Alongside the advantages, there can be many disadvantages too that go with online lessons when it comes to music. This is left for detailed discussion. The word Deshika for a teacher has come from the root Disha, to direct. A teacher is someone who shows direction. He not only teaches everything that he knows, but also accepts the areas that he is not comfortable teaching and directs himself and his students where to go to learn those things. I owe so much to my Prathama Guru, Sri Mathur Shankarmurthy, who was a great Deshika. He not only laid a strong foundation with several Varnas and Kritis, but also took me personally to RRK and arranged for me to be taught by him when I reached the Manodharma level. A good teacher would be so generous and humble that he should be willing to accept defeat from his own student. As Vyasa in Mahabharata says, Sarvato jayaman vichet, shishyadichet, parajayam. How about a student? The following shloka says how a student should be. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. Pranipata, falling at the feet of the teacher and obeying the teacher, precedes all else. Then comes questioning. Once obeyed, then the questions would not be just prashna or questioning, why to obey, but would be pariprashna, questions surrounding the subject matter, questions related to the subject matter, which is important for deeper learning. Then comes seva, service to the teacher as needed. If this is done, any great teacher would stay by, teach, and guide the student. Though RRK had the reputation that he was extremely strict, intolerant about certain things, he was liberal and loving to sincere and dutiful students. We felt free to ask him any music-related questions. After listening to concerts, I would go to my guru and respectfully request him to teach the ragas and kritis that impressed me and were new to me. Not that I could make it to those musicians' levels. One such was M.S. Krishnan's Hamir Kalyani and Manamuleda. This I vividly remember followed my learning of elaborate Lalita Raga with Hiranmayim and Nanubrovu Lalite after I heard DKP and DKJ. From our senior generations of students, starting from T. Rukmini and then Anu Ramakrishna and several others who followed, we learned the small forms of seva too, such as readying the violins in the classroom with rosin for the bows, dusting and tuning the tamburas and violins before the classes started, putting them back in their places after the class, and cleaning up the classroom before leaving, though our teacher never asked for doing that. How did Arjuna approach Krishna? Arjuna says, Krishna, I, besieged with anxiety and faint-heartedness, karpanya doshopahata svabhavaha, dharma samudha chetaha, prichhami, I request you, yachreyasyan nishchitam bruhitan me, please tell me what is best for me for sure. Shishyasteham, I am your disciple. I have surrendered to you, Krishna, educate me. Shadhimam tvam prapannam. Sanskritam, being very old, enriched and refined, has the words that are impregnated with several meanings. Arjuna uses the word shadhi. Shadhi means several things: order, tell, explain, educate, inform, rule, command, and punish. A student who has full shraddha, that is dedication to the subject matter, trust in the teacher, and faith in his parampara, earns the knowledge. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam. Shraddha had been the greatest tool for us when we were growing up. We had to grab every opportunity to listen with full concentration and also develop jnana in every aspect, raga, swara, sahitya, gamaka, etc., to learn as much as we could with the only resources of live listening. We also had to absorb and retain what was taught in our classes, and then practice and memorize the lesson before we forgot. With the access to recordings now, when I think back, it seems like we struggled a lot, though it did not seem that way then. We naturally learned to stretch ourselves and hold on to everything we could capture. Thanks to those circumstances, our ability to retain and refine nuances was much higher. Not just then, even today, Shraddha leads to yoga. A student who has complete focus, conjunction of his organs with mind, of his conscience and subconscious, his intellect and inner spirit, which is all summarized by the word yoga, will obtain karmasu kaushalam. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. Karmasu kaushalam is proficiency in any pursuit he takes up. It's also important for the student to acknowledge the knowledge gained from his teachers. Arjuna says in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Yatvayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama. My ignorance is gone now, Krishna, with your words. With this acknowledgement by his student, Krishna gets motivated and goes on further with 7 more chapters, teaching Arjuna. At the end of the 18th chapter, Arjuna says, not only is my ignorance removed, I am able to think straight now because of your grace, Achyuta. I stay now with no confusion or doubt. Sthitosmi gata sandehaha. I'll do whatever you say. Karishye vachanam tava. A student should recognize that his teacher is equivalent to his own parent, and so should a teacher consider his student as his own child. RRK took the role of an additional parent for me many times. Once when he personally took me to Ganakala Parishad's Vidvat Goshtis with him, while he was talking to musicians like Dorswami Iyengar, Pallavi Chandrappa, R.K. Srikantan, and many more musicologists too, like B.V.K. Shastri, Rallapalli Anantakrishna Sharma, R. Surya Narayana, and several others, he introduced me to them by saying that I was his Vidyaputri. Vidyaputri is daughter through learning. I enjoyed sitting down with my guru and all of them in rows while meals were served and everybody chatted. I heard melody, serious lectures, and heavy discussions in the auditorium and saw harmony, mirth, and light humor in the dining hall. The Vidya-Yoni Sambandha is such a special relationship. For a Carnatic student, listening to good classical music rendered by various masters, Shravana, Kelme as they say in Kannada, or Kelvi in Tamil, as well as Satsanga, good company, is important too. We looked forward to the concerts during the month-long Ramanavami festival, even though it was our final exam time. The gripping debates with my walkmates each night after the concerts were educational indeed. The debates were over various unique styles, whose violin, mridangam, veena, or flute we liked the most and why. We all justified our preferences with valid points, and these talks brought out the best of all the musicians to us. As I reflect upon all these definitions of a teacher and a student, I should say that I had many teachers from whom I learned, though my Mukhyopadhyaya or the primary teacher was RRK. During those days, when we did not have any recordings or devices, my raga recognition started at a very young age with just my listening to my mother's playing veena as she sang along, my guru's lessons, radio broadcasts, listening to live concerts, sitting on my brother's lap during the monthly Malleshwaram Sangeet Sabha concerts or Ramotsava. The credit goes to the renditions by great masters of those years. The ragas were defined to the core by them with the most salient features, with no extraneous husky phrases of permutations and combinations. B.S. Rajayangar's resonating Ksheerasagara Shayana in the 60s defined Devagandhari Raga for me. Gauri Manohari of Nednuri Krishnamurthi's with Neraval for Guru Lekha, Harahara Priya of K.V.N. Mama's Neraval for Pakkala Nilabadi at Manasuna Dalachi Maimarachi Vinnara defined not only the raga and Sahitya Bhava, but also the Neraval structure. They were the Jnanins, Tattvadarshins. What made their music so appealing and sustaining? I would say it was the purity. There are several aspects to purity in this context. I'm just going to touch upon Nada Shuddhi, Shruti Shuddhi, Swara Shuddhi, Gamaka Shuddhi, Sahitya Shuddhi, Vak Shuddhi, Bhava Shuddhi, Ucharana Shuddhi, Laya Shuddhi, and so on. We heard Nada Shuddhi this morning. What an impact it had. As many of our ancient texts, as well as Saint Tyagaraja, have said, with the sound coming from Muladhara, the base support below the navel, traveling through Nabhi, navel, Hrit, chest, Kantha, throat, Rasana, tongue, and Nasa, nose, one can create the nada to make the yoga or contact of the external intellect and emotions with the internal self or spirit. Jagadodharana by B.S. Rajayangar with his open voice that I had heard 60 years ago still rings in my ears and brings tears even today when I visit the Madu temple where Purandaradasa sang this song looking at the idol of crawling Krishna. How can I leave out Madurai Mani's effortless resonating open voice singing of Majanaki and his unique Swarapastarams? Open voice it is. I have lived through a period when microphones were not as sophisticated as now, and I used to enjoy chamber concerts much more, where the natural voice and subsequent nadam was rather supplemented, not diffused. I wonder if the attention by singers to such subtleties required to produce pure sound, resonance, and modulation has gone down now. This is not to say that microphones are not to be used. Perhaps they bring out several other subtleties that one could not hear otherwise in certain situations. Well, with gadgets to supplement, the number of performers has increased tremendously, many wanting to go on stage, get publicity through channels and apps, and make a name for themselves. Sometimes performances seem to be competitive and more about making an impression rather than expression of the artist's inner emotions, devotion, or even musicality. The quantity of content has also made it difficult to filter the concerts with quality. Hence, you see my comfort in taking my many examples from those old masters. When it comes to instruments too, when you have attached mics and everything, you see that the practice with aritham by stressing these struts with for veena or bowing in the right place, between the bridge and the fingerboard, all those techniques, probably the attention paid for the sadhana of those things has gone down. Again, a lot of things are to be discussed further. It can be done later on. Music would be an orphan without its mother and father, Shrutir Mata Layah Pita. Besides choosing the Adhara Shruti that's suitable for the voice and the instrument at hand, one should align the frequencies of other notes also to have Swara Shuddhi to produce perfect vibrations as the Swaras traverse through phrases. Here comes the aspect of Gamaka Shuddhi. The root Gam in Sanskrit is used to mean both to go and to realize or understand. Thus, Gamaka refers to a vehicle, Gamaka, that aids the Swara movement and also aids realization of the Raga Bhava. The combination of the purity of all these, Nada, Shruti, Swara, and Gamaka, can be combined or summarized as tonal purity. The musician who comes to the Kanaja's mind when we talk about this level of purity is definitely Sri Palghat K.V. Narayan Swami. His music always brought Advaita Anubhava for me. The singer, KVN, myself, a listener, the location, and even the music itself, all of these disappeared into nothing and could transport me to a state of pure joy and bliss. I would come back to this world after the concert stopped after several minutes. Next comes Sahitya Shuddhi. Kalidasa states in his Raghumsha when he starts it, Vagarthaviva sampraktau Vagartha pratipattaye Jagatah pitarau vande Parvati Parameshwarau. The word and the substance, the matu and dhatu, cannot be without each other, just as Parvati and Parameshwara and Rameshwarau, Sriman Narayana. We pay tributes to Tyagaraja, to our Trimurtis, and various other Carnatic composers, even after centuries, because they were Vagyakaras, not just Vakaras or Gayakaras. Their excellence lies in the fact that they weave Vak, speech, in a way that it can be Gaya, can be sung. So rendering the proper Sahitya with Sahitya Shuddhi, with proper breaking of the words. Padacheda is very important because Sahitya in Kritis shows how the Swara movement should be in a raga. How about instruments then? The movements based on Sahitya demand appropriate bowing, blowing, and plucking depending on the instrument. It was my fortune that I had the opportunity to have hosted many, many great musicians when I was the vice president of Simana in New Jersey. I'm grateful for the chats I had with Lalgudi Jayaraman Mama about his skillful Gayaki style of playing violin, which would keep up both Ragabhava along with the Sahitya Bhava. Ucharana Shuddhi or clean pronunciation is critical too. During my PhD days, just for fun on the side, I had made a long list of mistakes, Ucharana doshas. In Sanskrit, kara means hand, khara means donkey, gara means poison, and ghara means enclosure. Ka, kha, ga, gha, each one of them made a big difference. If Satyam Vada, speak the truth, is pronounced as Satyam Vadha, it would mean slaughter the truth. Ekadashi Phalahara, consumption of fruit for Ekadashi, would become Ekadashi Palahara, means consumption of meat. Pala means meat for Ekadashi. Vidushi, instead of Vidushi, means someone who corrupts or contaminates music. Sangeeta Vidushi. So make sure that you say Sangeeta Vidushi, not Vidushi. I have great admiration for R.K. Srikanthan and Balamurali Krishna for their Ucharana Shuddhi. Now comes Bhava Shuddhi. Arguments can be made that pure music by itself with no Sahitya can make Rasotpatti. A composer or a Vagyekara would experience a certain bhava or mental state which expresses through Sahitya or words. When this state is transformed aesthetically, it reaches the audience as rasa or emotions. Bhava becomes rasa. Just as much as it is the responsibility of a director to bring out the vision of the playwright who has expressed his sentiments in his writing of the play, it is the responsibility of the performer to bring in rasanubhava using the composer's bhava in his kritis. M.S. Amma is a great example for bringing out bhava shuddhi. Then by bhava shuddhi, are we referring to only sahitya bhava? No, the root for bhava is bhu sattayam, which means to exist. Bhavatiti bhavaha, taking existence or taking a state. So by raga bhava, we mean raga taking its existence. In this sense, we can say that the rasa produced by the musical rendition should be such that it would align with raga bhava and also sahitya bhava.
திறந்து வர சத்தத்திலேருந்து சத்தம் hopefully will turn into sweet music, but aligned with the music always. Amma spoke about so many things today. Script வாங்கி publish பண்ணி எல்லாரும் படிக்கணும், because her speech to 20 minutes because we have a packed agenda today. But I would like to think of today as a teaser, and I would love very much in the future for Amma to be one of the moderators of our future panels, because as you can see, she is a woman of very few words when you meet and speak to her, and yet when she opens her mouth and she shares, there is so much information that you actually need a pen and paper to remember every little detail. Every sentence is loaded with so much information and so many experiences. We are blessed to have Amma in our community and to have Vijay Amma guide us. I've gone to her very often and asked her, Amma, are we doing things right? Does this look right to you? Is this okay? Do you suggest that we do things a little differently? And she has always been one, again, Mridubhashita, to offer her feedback in the sweetest possible way, while constantly giving us the enthusiasm to continue doing what we're doing. So our heartfelt gratitude to Amma for having agreed to speak today. This has been the most valuable opening, the most valuable amount of information that every student must take away. It is probably the most concise summary of many, many things that must be expanded upon in due time. At this point, I would like to request Amma Srimati Shanta Vardarajan to please come forward and honor Amma Srimati Vijaya Venkatesh. Thank you. I'm going to request Bay Area's own Srimati Thespian scholar Srimati Alamelu Iyengar to please come forward and honor Amma Srimati Shanta Varadarajan at this juncture. Thank you. Some things must be done, Amma. My father-in-law, Anna, Hembige Shri D. Varadarajan, watched Lotus grow, stepped aside as the volunteers took over and tried to shape it. And Amma has always shadowed and always been present to support every aspect of it and has witnessed it grow. So our heartfelt thanks to Amma. As we think of Anna, and I'm convinced that Anna has been here through yesterday's festival and is still here today, watching us with eagerness. So, humble namaskarams. We apologize for running a little late. We kindly request the Shadaksharas to please take the stage now so we can do a quick sound check. And we are going to request that the audience, you're welcome to take a bathroom break, but we are hoping to see each and every one of you back in your seats very soon. Thank you.
is 16 here. Oh, no.
Hello, namaste. Fine. Fine.
ஏத்தலாம் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் loud, too loud. Still do. இது இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகலாம் ரைட் சைடு கொஞ்சம் கம்மி பண்ணுங்க fine we'll keep going around yeah இது இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கிட்டக்க வருமா without hitting the mridangam too much okay இந்த level இருக்குமா no problem yeah நடுவுல வைக்க check 1 2 3 check இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வைக்கலாமா check 1 2 3 check little bit check 1 2 3 namaskaram check 1 2 3 check 1 2 3 check it's fine அப்புறம் பாத்துக்கலாம் yeah check can
Can it come forward a little? அப்படி இருக்கட்டும். Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Okay, can you move just a little bit more so I don't need to lean on it? Yeah. இல்லை குறை கீழே வர மாதிரி. Yeah. Check, 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 check.
மஃபிள்டா இருக்கு பேஸ் வேணும் கொஞ்சம் சரியா இருக்கா ரொம்ப கிட்டக்க வேணும் இல்ல அப்படியே I'll be reading of this so இது வச்சு தான் படிக்க போறேன் அப்படியே அது போற சரியா இருக்கு சரி மகன் थैंक यू இது மட்டும் நீங்க ஒரு தடவை எஸ் பண்ணலாமே ஓம் ஸ்ரீ குருப்யோ நமஹ ஓம் ஸ்ரீ குருப்யோ நமஹ ஓம் ஸ்ரீ குருப்யோ நமஹ ஏத்துக்கோங்க நீங்க ஓம் ஸ்ரீ கணேஷாய நமஹ ஓம் ஸ்ரீ குருப்யோ நமஹ Mic check. 1, 2, 3, check. சரியா இருக்கா? Okay. Thank you. ரொம்ப பேஸா இருக்கு பேஸா கட் பண்ணிடுங்க
11 ஏற்றலாம் 10 ஏற்றலாம். லோ மிக்ஸ் ஏதாவது கொடுக்க சொல்லுங்க.
Hello, Namaskaram. Namaskaram to you all. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Koncha kodukala. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Yeah.
Volume 13 gain 13 gain கொஞ்சம் ஷார்ப் கம்மி பண்ணுங்க. முடிஞ்சவரை ஃப்ளாட்டா இருக்கா, ஃப்ளாட்டா வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஈக்யூ லெஃப்ட் சைடு பாரு, லெஃப்ட் சைடு 15 கேட்கறதா? ஹலோ இதுக்கு கொஞ்சம் வால்யூம் வேணும். ஹலோ நமஸ்காரம். ஹலோ நமஸ்காரம். கொஞ்சம் ஷார்ப் கட் பண்ணலாம். ஹலோ யா ஹலோ கரெக்டாக இருக்கு, போதும். ரொம்ப ஷார்ப்பா இருக்கு. ஷார்ப்
இஸ் ஃபைன்.
இது ரொம்ப ஷார்ப் இல்ல, சென்டர் முன்னாடி இங்க ரொம்ப ஷார்ப்.
எனக்கு என்ன வேணும் அப்படியே வேணும். I want the sharpness.
அப்படியே
sharpness change பண்ணாதீங்க. Don't change any sharpness here. ஆமாமா, don't change anything here. வேறலமா எப்படியோ
ஷார்ப் ஃபீட்பேக்.
கொஞ்சம் கம்மி பண்ணலாம் வால்யூம். எதுக்கு கொஞ்சம்
நமஸ்காரம். ஹலோ
கொஞ்சம் வால்யூம்.
நமஸ்காரம்.
இல்ல
இது ஏறி see நான் தான் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கேன். All of us going to play same beat. ಎಲ್ಲ equal ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. Do one rotation.
நீங்க ஒரு ஆறுதல் வாசிங்க, அப்படியே ரவுண்டா வாசிங்க.
பண்ணும். Increase.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಾಶಿ ಪಾತಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮದು தான் கேக்குது.
இல்ல இப்போ என்ன இருக்கு, கோபி எடுத்து கம்மியா இருக்கு. கோபி எடுத்து ஜாஸ்தி பண்ணலாம். கோபி ரைட், கோபி எடுத்து ரைட் கொஞ்சம் ஜாஸ்தி பண்ணலாம்.
13 కొంచెం 13 ఎత్తుకో
13 and 15 కొంచెం.
கோபி ரைட் சைடு கொஞ்சம்
ஸ்ருதி கலந்து
கொஞ்சம் மாறும்.
தொப்பி கேக்குறதா? தொப்பி கொஞ்சம் வேணும்ல? 12 கொஞ்சம் ஏத்திடுங்க. கேக்குறியா? வெரி குட். சொல்லி 10 தண்ணி இருக்கா?
Thank you for an amazing and insightful keynote speech, Vijayamma. As we continue this grand celebration, we now move to a performance that's truly special. For the first time ever, 6 of the Bay Area's finest percussion artists and leading gurus are coming together as the Shad Aksharas to present a stellar percussion ensemble. This unique collaboration showcases the beauty of Panchanadai, a rhythmic exploration that highlights the depth and intricacy of Layam. It's a rare treat to witness such a powerful confluence of rhythm, precision, and artistry on one stage. Please join me in welcoming the Shad Aksharas, Shri Ravindra Bharati, Shri Dharan, Shri Natarajan Srinivasan, Shri Gopi Lakshmi Narayanan, Shri Ramesh Srinivasan, Shri Shri Ram Brahmanandam, and Shri Srinath Bala. Let's give them a huge round of applause as they take us on the business journey.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Wonderful to see so many friends, Rasikas, students, parents, well-wishers here. We will divide our presentation. It's a very packed presentation, so please pay attention. We'll divide into 2 parts. The first part we will go, I will request Sri Ramanna to talk about his journey and some takeaways for students. And of course, we'll go around the house, taking 4 minutes each. So Sri Ramanna, please take it away. We have a lot to cover, please.
Thank you. Namaskarams to everybody. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I would like to utilize this time given to me to cover 2 topics. While I talk about my training, my gurus, and influencers, I would also like to mention all the great blessings I got from each of them. These blessings are, in fact, the most essential ingredients for anyone who aspires to become a performing musician. I am very fortunate to have been born in a family that is steeped in rich musical lineage, and thus I had abundant exposure to a lot of music right from the start. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, my parents enrolled me with Sri Harihara Sharma, who is the father of the great Gadam Maestro, Sri Vinayak Ram. I learned for a couple of years from him. Since I was very young, I don't remember much of those lessons. However, one thing remained. adherence to Kala Pramanam. That is something he emphasized upon and assiduously drilled into his students. My second guru, Sri C.V. Kuppuswamy, was an exemplary artist and a kind and encouraging teacher. His training culminated in my Arangetram when I was 12 years old. By this time, a very strong foundation in fingering and Kala Pramanam had been laid by both the gurus. I then realized that I needed to learn a lot more before I can be a good Mridangam player. My mother thus took me to my third guru, Sri Kumbakonam Rajappa Iyer, a universally respected and renowned guru. Sri Rajappa Iyer had revolutionized the approach to teaching by introducing the concept of sadhaka surkal or practice phrases as the first lessons to be taught with any new student. So my training with Sri Rajappa Iyer gave me a very solid framework in the form of lessons in different thalams and other laya concepts, and B, an introduction to sadhaka surkal, which even though I had been exposed to from day one, I hadn't yet fully realized its potential. Once again, I started performing regularly, but within me was a consuming, burning desire to play better and to play as well as the great masters. One day, I took out my Mridangam notebook, and when I opened it, in the very first page on the first line, in his own beautiful handwriting, Sri Rajappa Iyer had written the title, Sadhaka Surkal. It dawned on me immediately that this is my mantra. So I literally started practicing the phrases one by one for several hours a day until my hands would fall down completely tired. This new journey lasted about a couple of years, and it was filled with a lot of sweat, blood, and tears, but I was blessed with many small victories along the way, discovering techniques that helped me to improve. These victories kept me inspired, motivated. As the months went by, I completely transformed my hand, and it was vastly improved. I owe this success to the blessings of all my gurus, who not only laid a strong foundation, but also showed me the way. There are other important dimensions, like accompaniment, familiarity with a wide repertoire of songs, rendering Taniyavartanams, accompanying Manodharma, etc. I would hear the tapes of these masters repeatedly, and not just to learn what they are playing, but to try and get into their minds as much as I could. By observing the accompaniment styles of many masters, one approach stood out for me, which was adherence to Sarvalagu. I also used to talk to main artists when possible and try to learn from them what are the traits that they value in a good Mridangam accompaniment. So here I am today. There are many factors that really help us to succeed in the musical pursuit. I was very fortunate to have had these experiences through the blessings of God, my parents, gurus, and great masters. In conclusion, what are all these essential ingredients I have mentioned? 1, a constant immersion in music and a lot of listening. 2, a guru who can lay the right foundation and also teach practicing methodologies. 3, a heavy investment of time and effort in building up speed, stamina, and clarity, and which is done as early as possible and then maintained constantly. 4, listening and observing great masters and other Mridangam artists with an open mind. 5, over a period of time, embellishing what you have learned to create your own Bani. 6, getting input from the main artists and other senior artists. And finally, you should really want to play better. Believe that you can do it. Aspire for something specific, and even if it sounds impossible, go for it. The beauty about all these factors is that you don't need any special circumstances or to need to be born in a musical family or anything. Any one of us can try and get these factors in our lives. So with that, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you so much. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Lotus, especially Shubhama and all the organizers, and thank you all. And now open the stage to Sri Natarajan.
It's always a hard act to follow after Sriram in many ways than one. It's a beautiful, wonderful beginning speech, Sriram. Very amazing number of takeaways for students here. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. This is a special occasion for my Guru Parampara. My Parama Guru, Guruvayur Shri Dorai, was recently awarded the Padma Shri by the Government of India. So I am extremely happy and ecstatic to share this news with all of you. As I reflect on my journey, I cannot but start with my Amma, Srimati Padma Srinivasan. She created an amazingly immersive musical environment. She sang often, even while tending to the many chores of running a busy, large family. And she would introduce me to these All India radio stations from remote corners of India. This is how I got to know about places like Bengaluru, Bhadravati, Mysuru, Thiruvananthapuram, Alappuzha, even Sri Lanka Broadcasting Corporation and BBC. She would tune to wherever Carnatic music was on offer right through the day. Somehow she knew when these programs would happen, right in the middle of making an Arachavatta Sambar. She took me to literally every concert that happened at Coimbatore where I grew up. I remember listening to countless number of concerts from stalwarts like D.K. Jayaraman, Tiruchur Ramachandran, Nedanuri Krishnamurti, Maharajapuram Santanam, often accompanied by the doyen, Mayalpuram Sivaraman Mama, sitting majestically on stage and accompanying with that dazzling brilliance. This immersion has been a huge factor in my appreciation and understanding of Carnatic compositions, which I think is an absolutely essential need for every Mridangam student. Another childhood experience that has helped in my journey is Nama Sankirtanam. I was fortunate to grow up amidst regular weekly bhajanais, Margari Veedi Bhajanai, and countless number of Divya Nama Sankirtanams right through the year. Playing for Nama Sankirtanam was a huge factor in helping reduce the stiffness in my muscles and my fingers and play Melkala phrases more comfortably. These were, of course, the environmental factors. These by themselves would not have helped me become a performing musician at all. Undoubtedly, the blessings, unconditional love and guidance that I've received from my gurus, first from Coimbatore Sri Ganapati, who laid the foundations, and over the past 9 to 10 years from Guru Sri S.V. Ramani, a prime disciple of Guruvayur Shri Dorai, are the reasons that I'm able to perform at all today. From my illustrious Pudukottai Bani Guru Parampara, I would like to share a couple of key takeaways, which I strive to follow and I strive to impart to my students. First, Carnatic composition is a supremely aesthetic musical creation that combines ragam, bhavam, talam, and lyrical beauty in a uniquely beautiful way. Mridangas have to work really hard at internalizing the compositions, surrendering to it, and selflessly work on highlighting the musical and emotional values in the compositions. The phrases to play, when not to play, the volume at which to play, the various nadais to use, all of that has to come with serious hard work and introspection. Pudukottai Bani is also known for various innovative aspects. Seamless gati transitions, taking a simple sollu or phrase and developing that into a beautiful pattern or a full-blown korvai, all in a beautiful cadence. That's the hallmark of the Pudukottai tradition. My guru, Sri S.V. Ramani, is a numbers man. The way he can conjure up combinations of numbers and arrange them is phenomenal. It was an unbelievably eye-opening experience looking at it happen in close quarters. He would say often that the traditional mora that we play, one would argue, doesn't have, it lacks a little bit of rhythmic structure. It doesn't reduce properly. So he taught me this way of looking at mora. I would recite one as an example. Kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, tik kidataka tarigidadum ta, talangudum tattib, talangudum tattib, talangudum tattib. Kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, tik kidataka tarigidadum ta, talangudum tattib, talangudum tattib. Kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, kidataka tarigidadum, tak kidataka tarigidadum ta, tik kidataka tarigidadum ta, talangudum tattib. Kidadaga Targidadum da, Kidadaga Targidadum, Tak Kidadaga Targidadum da, Kidadaga Targidadum, Tak Kidadaga Targidadum da, Tik Kidadaga Targidadum da, Talangodum da, Talangodum da, Talangodum da, Dim. Talangodum da, Talangodum da, Talangodum da, Dim. Talangodum da, Talangodum da, Talangodum da. All those appreciations goes to my guru. You see how it properly reduces 3, 2, 1, and 0. So it's a more pure, if you will, rhythmic composition. So it's just a tip of the iceberg of the types of creations that he creates, and some things that I've really enjoyed learning from, and I strive to impart that kind of, yes, we stand on the shoulders of a huge tradition that's filled with depth, and we have to be really respectful and learn from it, but the tradition also gives us the framework to innovate, and that's the message I give to my students. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Again, 2 tough acts to follow. Mata, Pita, Guru, Devam. We are all here because of our parents. Our parents are our margadarshis. They lead us to gurus. There are influencers. There is your own effort. There is sweat and equity that Sriram talked about. And there is your own motivation and your other external factors that come into play into one's journey. That is the heart of what I want to talk about. So, my parents, of course, have played a critical role. My dad used to motivate me. My mom is a singer. Those formed pillars for me to strive further. But to talk about my gurus, it will take a long time, but I've been very blessed to start with Sri Krishnan in Rishi Valley School in Andhra Pradesh. He's the senior most disciple of the legendary Palgad Mani Iyer. I learned there for about 3 years, not knowing what the great lineage was. In fact, I also learned vocal from MLB Akka used to call, and I didn't know that she was such a big artist until I came out of Rishi Valley School. And then, of course, my journey continued. I learned from Sri R. Ramesh, who is direct disciple of Karaikudi Mani sir. Very blessed to have learned a lot of Kanak, a lot of mathematical structures, patterns. Structure is important. That's very evident from Karaikudi Mani sir's Bani. And then I started playing. I had learned for about 8 years. Interestingly, I did not have an arangetram. I had not given a single performance in 8 years. I still cannot believe that happened, but that happened. And that's my journey, and I'm proud to say it. But after that, my journey started when I started performing. My first concert was a 2-hour concert. I started performing, and another one of my influences is here, Dr. P.K. Swaminathan, who was in Maryland. And we both approached Shivaraman sir and said, we both are playing for concerts, but there is something lacking. We know something is missing. And it could be Saukyam, and of course Shivaraman sir, like Natarajan said, he brings brilliance to the stage. We are of course awestruck by that. But importantly, we brought Shivaraman sir to US in 1998 and then started 30 days of non-stop classes every day with Shivaraman sir directly. So I've been very blessed to learn from Palgad Maniyar's Vai, and then from Karaikudi Mani sir's Vai, and from Shivaraman sir's Vai. So I think all our journeys, the gurus choose us or we choose gurus. I'm not sure what goes, it could be both ways. It's our parents, it's a lot of different factors that come in together. And then of course, if I have to say influencers, I also have to bring in my wife, my better half, my best half. When I got married, of course, she was already an established violin artist. And she was my motivator, and I wanted to play like her, and I wanted to be like her. And I always say that to her. I always look up to her. And there were many, many moments where I used to practice with her, and then slowly she used to say, she started saying that. And those kind of feedback is what helped me to say, okay, it's a journey I'm taking on, and at least I'm getting feedback. So for students, I would say biggest feedback for you is to get feedback. Feedback is a gift. If your guru say, Yenda seriya vasikala, it means they are interested in you. They are vested in you. Please don't take that. In fact, I remember with Swaminathan Mama, I was with Shivaraman sir. Hey, Srinath, unakku varalaida appadinu thittinar. Appo kochikadeda, I know you will get it. So that kind of love tells us that we are striving and it is only going to get better. Feedback is there. We are not perfect. In fact, I tell my students, I'm not sure if I'm teaching you the right way. I had learned in a very different way. And I teach in very different. In fact, my classes are more Manodharmam style. My speech is more Manodharmam style because I'm not even looking at my notes. This is how I am. But my students love it because they are vested in it. And if I'm vested in it, They are vested in it. Even your performances for students is like that. If the audience is looking at you, you are performing well. If the audience disconnects, something that you need to go back. It's feedback. Go back and work on it. So those are some key takeaways that I would say. Constant loop back to Natarajan's point. When you are playing, you don't need feedback. You record yourself. Hear, hey, what is this solo I'm playing? Is it right? Is it wrong? Go back and figure out what is wrong and do an analysis on it. Listening is the key. Listening to other kacheris is key. And I would say one more step. Listening to yourself is key. Listen to yourself. I'll go back and listen to kacheris I played 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in fact, I feel I'm going down. And in some cases, I'm improving. In some cases, I'm going down. It's okay. It's a journey. Embrace it. This is life. There are ups and downs. But the important thing is, and I also say this from yesterday's dialogues, which some of you might have heard, this is not Samsara Sagaram. This is Sangeeta Sagaram. We are all in this ocean of music. All of us. All 6 of us. And all of you here. So we are all swimming. Anga Rajara Mama Churindrakar. Saripa Nipo, you are going in the right direction. There Yella Venkateshwar Rao is saying you are heading in the right direction. There S.V. Ramani is saying Vapa in the core vehicles. So we are all headed. There is no end destination. Right? We are all in this. A kacheri will happen. What next? Arangetram will happen. That's just a check mark. What next? Right? It will take lifelongs and we will still not conquer something like Layam, something like Carnatic music. It's impossible. So embrace uncertainty. Take feedback from your gurus. Take feedback from the audience. Importantly, listen to yourself. Take feedback from yourself. Those are some key takeaways. Thank you.
ஸ்ரீநாத் வந்து வாயும் நன்னா பேசுறது கையும் ரொம்ப நன்னா பேசுறது.
Namaskaram to all. Can you hear me? Yeah. So how many of you are percussion students? Can you lift your hand up? How many of you are Laya students? I would expect. There you go. Laya is lion. It's very hard to conquer. So, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. It is said that we grow up because we had lot of people in our life who give us the extra shoulder to move up. Could be our gurus, our own family members, our own siblings, our own friends. And if at all we have come here to this stage, I think we have to be grateful to all those shoulders that have given us their extra edge for us to move up. And it's so happy Lotus is also providing us an amazing experience of all 6 of us coming together for the very first time, where this has been an amazing experience for each one of us. Even though we are all so good friends, we have so much of respect for each other, but the time we spent together to come up to this point has been a wonderful experience. So thank you, Lotus, for really giving us this amazing experience. Now regarding my journey started when my parents discovered when I was 3-year-old that I have a innate sense of interest in percussion. So a lot of vessels were not spared. And my uncle, who was an army major, he used to come home, he used to play his mortar gun, whatever steps he changed, gate he changed, I used to bang on everything that was like a table or flat thing. So then they said, okay, this guy cannot be kept here. We need to put him somewhere. And it so happened, when the discovery happened, I did not have a formal start to this journey until I was in my 5th grade. And it so happened that journey started in a city which is known to be very deep in art, spirituality and music, city of Mysuru. We were there, and it so happened my father was a good friend of a great organizer called Srikantaya. Many of you in Mysuru know. In fact, his brother was the one who built the big Chaudaya Hall in Bangalore. So we used to spend almost weekends there and enjoy the concerts. And I met, and my mother used to sing, and she is my primary motivation to who I am today. If she was not the person where she used to sing right from morning till night, tons of kritis used to come out, tons of ragam used to come out. So there was an osmosis that was going in without me being aware of. And many of you long-timers in Bay Area would have met my mom. And you would all agree. she's 84, 85, she still has so much inclination to sing. So that passion kicked in, and she used to perform for dance programs and concerts. And that's where I met my first guru, Vidwan Shri M.A. Krishnamurti, an amazing, many generations Mridangam artist, and also excellent Ghatam artist. He used to play Mridangam for dance, and he used to play Ghatam for concerts. So right from the get-go, even before I joined him, I started appreciating, indirectly he started teaching me, these two have to be looked in the same measure. So today, if you see me playing at ease with both dance and music, the full credit goes to M.A. Krishnamurti sir. And he accompanied a lot of stalwarts in those days, like Semmangudi Mama, Madurai Somu, T.V. Shankar Nair, and Nedunuri Krishnamurti, partnering with all great legends like Guru of Srinath, Shivaraman sir, Karikudi Mani sir, Veluna Badran sir. When all these things happened, I used to be there, right there next to the stage, listening to, imbibing it, whatever little mind I could capture. And after the kacheri, I used to go and talk to them and Romba watching mama. And I was touched by the humility and approachableness. It's so hard to be at that level of vidwat and get down to the level and talk to a 5th grader or 6th grader. And that opened my eyes right there to say, so you have to be humble. You may be a great vidwan, but you are still humble and well-grounded. So those were the learnings that I had right from the beginning. And the atmosphere Mysore gave me, the passion that my mother gave me, that formative year. So one thing that I definitely do with my students here is, I know the formative years of teaching is very, very important. If you don't tune them right in the right path, it is so hard to change course later. So I think that is one takeaway right there about the importance of the formative years. And then later on, when we moved to Bangalore, I was trained by another Vidwan, M.K. Venugopal sir, who was a disciple of H.P. Ramachar, Kanjira Wizard. And he used to encourage me to pick up all pakavadyams and then play. He used to take me along with him to play Kanjira when he was playing Mridangam. So he taught me the sense to look at other pakavadyams as sahapakavadyams, appreciate other pakavadyams. And then that journey helped me, and I was already performing in my time in Mysore and Bangalore. And then when I did my engineering, I did not have a formal lessons, but the passion that they instilled in me in the formative years was so deep. So I used to take my Mridangam everywhere, perform everywhere, and learnings from everywhere. So the word Jagat Guru, as you might have all heard, is not he's the guru of the world. It is said Jagat Guru is one who the whole Jagat becomes his guru. And that was the message that I could imbibe, that I was learning from all sources. And then after I moved to Bay Area, I had the greatest learning opportunity to be a student of our Sri Ramanna. One thing about Sri Ramanna, I have to say, and many of your students of Sri Ramanna would agree, man with so much of passion, so much of creativity. And that creativity aspect, we have a separate secret code to that. Whatever he composes, there is no adjustments. It will just fall right there. And with him, I learned the importance of making sure the individual sounds are focused. The sadhaka circles that he talked about, creativity that comes out, spontaneous creativity that comes out. Those were the big learnings and eye-opener for me. Last 20 years, I've been under the tutelage of Vidwan Sri Naiveli Narayanan under the Tanjavur Bani. This opened many doors in terms of appreciating accompaniment, appreciating the deep Tanjavur Bani, right from the Tanjavur Vaidyanathar's lesson compositions. And he used to share student lesson stories of how Upendran sir was. And I have experienced that Upendran sir's great goodness when I was in Mysore. As an young boy, I was in awe how he lifted the kacheri, how approachable he was. And of course, Shivaraman sir's Padandram. The last 20 years has been a big eye-opener for me. Some of the Upendran sir's things are really stamped. When you place trademark. And the way he lived, and Upendran sir was influenced by his father-in-law. Going back to what we heard so far, the family becomes such an influence. Father-in-law was a great Tavil Vidwan, Malayamal, Shanmugastundram Pillai, and he used to incorporate some of those. So Upendran sir's playing was so unique. So I was blessed to learn a lot of those. I'm still learning. So the key takeaway that I think should be passed on to the next generation is immerse yourself. More you immerse, you will discover the pearls that are out there waiting for you to be discovered. Practice like there is no tomorrow. Today, those days we used to have hours of practice and 1 or 2 concerts here and there. But kids of today's generation, you have more performances than practice time. It's like a reverse iceberg.
I didn't perform for 8 years.
Yeah, Srinath, we are
So
all exceptions.
I tell this to my students. They will say they want to perform within 2 years. I said I had waited for 8 years.
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's like a reverse iceberg to nowadays. So more deep in knowledge is important before you find yourself performing. So please give importance to practice. Be humble, be grounded. More you're humble, water will flow, knowledge, the river of knowledge will flow towards you. And at least I tell my students, listen to 1 song a day. Because of a mother, I was able to listen to like 2,000, 3,000 kritis. Nowadays, we don't get that opportunity, but at least start small. Listen to 1 kriti a day. A year, you will listen 365 kritis and internalize it. So as we have heard Sri Ramanna, Natarajan and Srinath speak, importance of listening is very important. So that's my message to you all. Namaskaram.
Thank you.
He spoke so beautifully. இல்லைன்னா தெரியுதுன்னா empty vessels making more noise is very good.
Take away.
நிறைய பாத்திரத்தை போட்டு உருட்டுங்க தப்பு இல்லை.
You can also play on the vessels also. You can also throw it. Multiple uses. So.
ஆனா ரசம் பண்றதுக்கு பாத்திரம் வேணும்னா கொடுத்துருங்க, எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு சாப்பாடு கிடைக்காது.
So namaskaram everyone. Thank you Ravi Anna for starting with practice. Vijaya Mami also said, Shraddha in yoga, she mentioned that is important characteristics. Like sadhagam, right? My Vadyar used to say, always my teachers say, sadhagam is very critical. So when I was saying like other teachers here, I was very enthusiastic about Mridangam. I pestered my mother to join the class. We were in Thambaram, it's a suburb, it's really hard to find any teacher. So at 6th grade, she found a teacher, Kumbhavanam Narayana Swami here, brother of Rajapayar. And I was really fortunate to learn from him. So he is a man of discipline. He taught me how to practice, how to be disciplined and hardworking, and focus on sadhagam. So he will come exactly at 4 o'clock. He will come from somewhere from Triplicane. Every time it will be on dot. And then the way he writes, I still have his notebook that he gave me. He will like so neatly. Like recently, R. Sankaranarayanan came from India for tour. He also learns from Rajapayar and that family. So we and him, he took a lot of photos of my guru's lessons, right? So he emphasized on practice. He will have a timer, a clock, a watch will be there. He will put it in front of me. And for example, he will ask me to play, how to practice, right? Like he will take a word, simple word. So you will ask me to play as slow as possible immediately with the maximum clarity. And then every minute you will ask me to increase the speed and maintain the clarity as you go up. The same clarity. When you play, you should have the same aritham and clarity. If they don't want like any slipping on the mridangam. So he asked me to go to Mottamadi and practice. A lot of people practice in India in Mottamadi because
that's
there
a
is
balcony
no
on
river.
top.
It's an open terrace, so you have to play even harder to get any sound, right? So those type of things he will tell me. So I have very fortunate to learn a lot of this trick. He learned from somebody called Araganambiya Pillai. They were all Gurukulam. They went to Gurukulam and they were young. Their only profession is Mridangam. They cannot do anything else. He he injured his ham, so only way he lived is by teaching. So Araganambia Pillai was great in bhajane, so he taught me a lot of the sarvalagus, like. So in Mridangam, you can have the right side play the same word. The left side can have so many different variations. So you can, so like, then there is also Gumiki. So many varieties of Sarvalagu. So you'll always make me play slow, make the night nadam, you make the same nadam as you go faster and faster. And then that is what I learned from him. After that, I learned from Palakkad, Raghu's our student, Kalladagurchi Sivakumar. Kalladagurchi Sivakumar and KVG, they stayed in my home for 3 weeks in 2012, I think. So we listened to hours of Palakkad Raghu's Korways and decoded it, very complicated. So Raghu, so for example, innovation, like, you know, a lot of these things have come with the geniuses and innovations of previous people, previous generations. For example, in my 40 years of life, like in 40 years before, my senior, my elder cousins, when they had marriages, they had 3-day marriage, right? Now we have 2-day marriage. We are incorporating Sangeet, Mehendi and all that stuff. Right, in 40 years, we are still having the core tradition of tying thali and puja and everything, but we have changed a lot, even in the marriages, right? Like that, in Mridangam, people have innovated. They got the ideas from North India. They have innovated a lot. And Palakkad Raghu was learning from Palakkad Mani here, but he also learned from Parani. He is an admirer of Parani. So he created some wonderful compositions. For example, like Natarajan, S.V. Ramani sir is in a different school. I went to Thiruvayar Tyagaraja Utsavam. S.V. Ramani sir played the Raghu's Korvai. Raghu composed this Korvai. Raghu sir composed this Korvai like probably 20, 30 years ago. The genius of the creativity, you can create something, but people should like it and then follow it. That's also very important. So for an example, this Korvai, you want to play with me? Still now they are playing. So it's important to innovate. So you learn the tradition, you practice hard, it's so ocean, and then master how much ever you can. Right? Today I have a challenge of playing Sangiri Nadai. My gurus have not taught me any Sangiri Nadai, all 3 gurus. So I have to wing something out. So yeah, I have to innovate, right? So innovation is very critical. Learning whatever is there and trying out something new. Be bold and listen to all the people. Like many advices are there. Practice is key, and then innovate. Thank you.
So this whole Mottamadi thing reminded me. I would often ask my students, have your neighbors started complaining? You have to get them to complain. And I would like to hear from you that you broke your mridangam and you're going to need a new one.
There's another twist to that, another story, because this is now giving me more ideas. If you don't practice, your family members will know that you have not practiced that day. If you have not practiced for 2 days, your neighbors will start knowing that you have not practiced. You don't practice for 3-4 days, the entire street will know that sir has not practiced. Enna sir, indiki practice nadakaliya? So, let's not make the...
Adding to that, if you come to class without practice, your teacher will know as soon as you put your hand on the mridangam.
No. Teacher will come to know by the look of your face itself. So,
this is the famous legend that Trichy Shankaran Mama used to wake up every day at 4 and practice, and that's how the community where he lived used to know that it's 4. Yeah. Every single day he used to do that, apparently.
In my neighborhood, I used to practice in upstairs, like terrace. Neighbors will come and if I, instead of like saying, complaining, they'll come and say, why did you stop? So
that is a good problem to have, Sriram.
I couldn't play and just escape, I had to do the whole thing.
amazing sharings by each and every one of you. So many learnings, not just for students, even for each of us to see how they have evolved in their journeys. Thank you for each of you for sharing all those priceless gems. It's always a learning. And for Lotus for providing this amazing, amazing forum. Let's give a big hand to entire Lotus team for doing this. It's extraordinarily special how Lotus brings up, and Mami's lecture today morning was so heartening, eye-opening for all of us. Thank you so much, Mami, and namaskarams to you for the keynote. I'll add a few things here and keep it a bit short. First thing is, I grew up, most of my initial earnings were in North India. So I owe everything to my parents for getting me started. I was in Jamshedpur first few years, and my parents got a local teacher there, Mr. Ramakrishnan, for the first couple of years. Middle school was in Gujarat. We were in a godforsaken place. I don't know how my father managed to convince the professor of Mridangam in MS University, Vadodara, to come every weekend to be at my house. And so every weekend, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade was one-on-one with the teacher for about 5-6 hours. And I owe everything to that hard regimen in those years. And next, one more thing. My mother used to always sing, teach, play violin all the time since I was young, apart from Sangeeta Upanyasam. And I still remember, I used to play even when I didn't know much about any lessons. I should accompany for all her songs and singing. We had one of our Perimas from Baroda who was very well adept at vocal teaching. In fact, Kalari Shiv Kumar's daughter learns from her even today. So she came once home in Gujarat and saw me playing. Oh, ivlo thalam theriyuma, onnume theriyad, just started and was playing for all the songs, but just hearing the songs, I was playing along. So I would say listening is such a big part, and I owe it to my parents for all that. Then subsequently, when I came to IIT, I was very fortunate, very, very fortunate that Ramabhadran sir accepted me as a student. And here I want to highlight a few things, very different learning from many of you might have experienced. I hardly had about 20-25 sentences spoken with him in my entire innings with him. There's no talking. Every class I would go in the morning, he would be one of the most busiest artists. When he's in town, he would just tell me, no phone call, nothing. I have to keep it all written down. I would bicycle from IIT at 5 a.m. in the morning and reach there by 6. I have to be there by 6. I would bicycle because I can't depend on the 5B bus to go there and come back. I would bicycle there. And then I would start playing, he would come. It would just look at Taniyavartam like a concert. He would play, I would play, he would play, I would play. Something would happen, and towards by 7 o'clock he'll get a call. I have to rush back the bicycle back to IIT. And in time so that I can get something to eat and rush by 8 o'clock for the classes there, okay? You don't know what a clockwork it was. And that was the lifestyle, never speak anything. And days he's in town, there'd be a kacheri in the evening. I would take my books, I would do all my work along, but I would come home, come to his house for concert, he would take me along. First 6 months was tight probation. He would just watch me what I'm doing, watch me what I was doing. After 6th month, he would now and then make me sit behind him in concerts. That's the biggest treasure house. I got experience sitting behind with who's and everybody. Name the person I was there. Lalgudi sir, Samangudi Mama, Santanam sir, name it, everybody. Nedunuri sir, Oleti, anybody, I would be there, literally on stage or there. And all talking was only through the eyes. He will signal for me when to sit on stage, when to get out of there, when to walk in the corner. When some days he would, from the eyes, he'd say, go home from there, because he doesn't want me to come with other artists in the car, all only through eyes and talking. And we would get the signal and go. Kalyana Kacheris would go, you would signal whether I'm supposed to eat there or not to. You know, he would signal, he'll watch. You know, so many things, it's just by watching the teacher. That's how I learned my music, I can tell you. So very few talkings, just by playing. And he would play only what he would protect his ears. If I play something that's not good, he will change it to a lesson I know to play. So that means it's not good. So constantly...
Feedback.
Tremendous feedback. Feedback is all simply by non-verbal and by just playing. So I was very blessed. He would never, ever raise his voice. I want to add this. Some of you know his playing. So sweet, as many of them have said. He would never, ever raise his voice. Only thing he would say, if not practiced, somebody would say, Tiffin Savdam, who asked you to come? It was a euphemism, just to say, you know, you've not practiced. You wouldn't even say you've not practiced. Was that, you know, that's all I can say. And blessed to be in his grown under his tutelage, and very, very grateful for Mama.
Thank you. And once again, thank you to everyone here for this opportunity. Namaskar.
Rameshana, I had a pleasure of traveling with him, blessings of traveling with him in a train once from Bangalore to Chennai. I could see how much he was involved in music. Nalla paaduvare. And the way he advised me, knowing that I was learning Mirdangam, he said, Nariya practice, Nariya paatu kelunaru. உட்காந்து ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுன்ற சொல்கிறதோட நிறைய பாட்டு கேளுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் வாண்ட் டு புட் இட் அவுட் தேர்.
Okay, coming up next is Laya Vinyasam, Taniyavadaram in Aditalam. We'll cover all 5 gatis. So that's why the title says Panchanadai.
takadimi, tajunu takadimi,
tajunu takadimi, tajunu tatitagiradaam. Takadimi, tajunu takadimi, tajunu takadimi, takidakadongidadom, takadimi, takidakadongidadom, takidakadimi, takidakadongidadom, 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 ta. Tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda dam. Tat tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda dam. Tadinginna tom tadinginna tom tadinginna tom dam dam dam. Tom gidda takadum tadi takadum ding ding ding. Tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda tom gidda gidda tom dam. Takadimi takajunnu takadimi takajunnu takadimi takajunnu tatittakadam tam kudi dom that ding gena dom da di dom that ding gena dom da di dom takum geda takadari dom takum geda takadari dom takum geda takadari dom ta.
Sabash.
You can keep the applause going. It's time 6, remember. Our gurus would tell us when we were children, clock in the learning very, very young. சின்ன வயசில் உங்களுடைய கற்றுக்க வேண்டியது எவ்வளோ கம்பேக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்களோ அவ்வளோக்கு அவ்வளோ it will be very useful to you later in life. That may not make sense to most people, but here was the interpretation. When you're very young, stop feeling sorry for the children. They have the ability to be sponges. So pack in as much learning, force them to clock in more hours of work. Also because once they get to high school and college, there's no more time for sadhana at that time. There is only time to maybe do what we call maintenance practice, where you're maintaining the skill at the same level. Ramesh Anna, Sriram Anna, Natarajan Anna, Srinath Anna, Ravi Anna, Gopi Anna, they have probably clocked in, I think, more hours than even possible in a day with their guru at a very young age. Appallam paakamata. 5 வயசு குழந்தைக்கு போனல் போட்டேளா 5 வயசுல வேத தியானம் பண்றேளே வேதமெல்லாம் மண்டையில் நிக்குமா நம்பறேளோ இல்லையோ அப்பதான் நிக்கும். Try learning now, it won't happen. அந்த வயசுல நிச்சயமா நிக்குங்கிறதுனாலேயே 5 வயசுல போனல் போட்டு குழந்தைகளை உட்காத்தி வச்சு அத்தியாயம் பண்ணுவா. ஏன் பண்ணுவானா those children can catch things that we, if we attempt at our age, cannot pick up. So it can be difficult, it may be monumental, but unawares the child learns. And the amount of sadhana and that methodology of learning at that age is the reason why the very first practice for this Shadaksharas team happened at 7 a.m. this morning. What you saw today came together at 7 a.m. this morning because Ramesh Anna was doing a Punya Yatra, and while they've been connecting remotely and coming up with so many ideas, clocking numerous hours independently to try and connect with each other to make today's program possible. So, இது ஒன்றும் இன்னைக்கு காத்தால பண்ணி அவ ஏறிட்டு I'm trying to say that they didn't put in work ன்னு நினைக்காதீங்க. What I'm trying to say is the very first practice together happened this morning. அந்த மாதிரி ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி இப்படி ஸ்டேஜில் இந்த மாதிரி அமக்களமாக ஒரு அவுட்புட் வரணும்னா that comes because most of that vidvat is clocked in at a very young age. And அவ ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் they shared guru experiences, and அதுலேருந்து my only takeaway is இவா கேட்டு குரு எதையும் கொடுக்கல, குரு சொல்லி இவா எதையும் கற்றுக்கல. They knew that everything came at a very high value, so they sat and literally everything short of begging, they absorbed. பார்த்து 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 கேட்டு கேட்டு கற்றுருக்கா. ஸ்பூன் ஃபீட் பண்ணலை. இந்த சொல்லுக்கு இத்தனை அக்ஷரம், டூ த மேத் கணக்கா கரெக்டாக 24 டைம் போய் பார் போட்டு ஒழுங்காக வந்ததா. மேபி all of these generous gurus are doing it for their students today, but that's not what they got. And the generosity with which they are teaching today, with which we have this output as an audience here today, adalla avaluடைய absolute generosity of spirit and their generosity of giving for the next generation. நமக்கு கிடைக்காததெல்லாம் கூட குழந்தைகளுக்கு கிடைக்கணுங்கிற அந்த ஆசை. So I can only feel grateful on behalf of the entire Nipa Risa team to say that 4 பேரா சேர்ந்து பஞ்சநடைய கொடுத்த இந்த 6 வித்வான்களுக்கு பெரிய ஒரு நமஸ்காரம்.
நான் ஃபீட்பேக்னு சொன்னேன், அங்க அந்த பையன் வாசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கான். ஃபீட்பேக் எங்களுக்கு ஃபீட்பேக், எங்க 6 பேருக்கும் ஃபீட்பேக். That kid is playing.
Inspiration அண்ணா, inspiration, how you inspire
by them, right?
அவ்வளவுதான். These are the signs they were talking about in the values panel yesterday. The feedback they get to see interest from the students. ஃப்ரண்ட் ரோவில் உட்காண்டா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் அர்த்தம் இல்லை. கண்ணு விடாமல் பார்த்துண்டு கையே உடம்பெல்லாம் ஆடுறதே அதுதான் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட். ஆற்றுக்கு போய் இதை எப்படி நான் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் மேம்படுத்தலாம்னு நினைக்கிற ஸ்டூடெண்ட் நிஜமாவே இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட். யூ ஹவ் இன்ஸ்பயர்ட் திஸ் த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷன். அனந்த கோட்டி நமஸ்காரம்ஸ் டு ஆல் 6 அண்ணாஸ் ஆன் ஸ்டேஜ் ஃபார் பீயிங் அ ஹியூஜ் சப்போர்ட் டு லோட்டஸ் and for continuing to guide us as well. As elder brothers to all of us, thank you for guiding us, thank you for inspiring us. And na chollatha venu, I'm looking for that photo. I don't know if Kavi can find it, and hopefully we'll get to see it. There is a photograph of the very first concert that we wanted to project. Very first Lotus concert that ever took place, and that inauguration happened with Ravi Anna. I want to say that. So எல்லாரும் மூலாதாரமா இருந்திருக்கா for Lotus's growth. Because of them, Lotus sustains. My heartfelt namaskarams to Sri Ramanna. To Natarajanana. To Srinath Anna. To the one who started everything off, dear Ravi Anna. Gopi Anna. And to Ramesh Anna. My mother would say, புண்ணிய யாத்திரை யார் பண்ணிட்டு வந்தாலும் அவா காலில் விழுந்தா அவளோட புண்ணியம் நமக்கு வந்து சேரும். We should all be taking Ramesh Anna's blessings. He just returned from Ujjain. யாருக்கும் கிடைக்காத பாக்கியம் உஜ்ஜயின்லேருந்து திரும்பி வந்திருக்கார். அங்கே போய் ருத்ரபாராயணம் பண்ணிட்டு வந்திருக்கார். We are so fortunate. He landed late last night. And he is with us from 7 a.m. this morning. So, கொடுப்பினைன்னா இதுதான் கொடுப்பினை. We are truly blessed. May I request my young Mridangam student volunteers to please come and assist the Gurus. Vaibhav, Santosh, Kanangla, and please give us a hand. Rahul, Shiva, thank you. Rama, can you assist as well? Ramesh, Mama, help and Mama. Ramesh, Mama, help and help. Anna, how can he help you, Anna? Help okay. Rada, Kanna, come help. Guru, help and go. Anna, come on, let them help. Let them help. Go. You also help them, Kanna. Illa, innur. Our apologies for running late. We kindly request the panelists of the Reminiscences of Gurus panel to take the stage. Thank you.
Can I get everybody's attention on the screen for a second? This is the picture of the first Lotus concert. I'll ask Ravi Anna to actually announce the artist. Ravi Anna, Mango.
So it's a quiz for you guys. You have to recognize who is who. From the left, Vadi Rajbhat, excellent. We have to give him full marks for that. Main vocalist is Anil Narsimha. Is he here? Okay. Ajay is on violin. Is Ajay here? There you go, Ajay. There you go. And the pot is me. Yeah, and people who are not able to recognize me is because I changed my hairstyle then. Thank you, Shubhama, for saving all these pictures.
Won't you agree that Anna looks like our Kutti Santosh in the picture? Santosh with a misai. I'm going to request the audience to quickly settle back in for what is going to be an enormously engaging and fun conversation. Our second panel discussion. Please do settle in so that we can quickly get started. Thank you. Can we get everybody from the side of the stage, back of the stage, from the hallway and the lobby to come and settle in, please, very quickly. We do not want to wait anymore to hear what amazing artists have to tell us. So please do come in and settle back in very quickly.
Namaskaram.
Hello, hello. Hello.
அப்போ நீங்கள் கண்டினியூஸாக பேசலாம்.
Hello, hello.
ஹலோ ஹலோ ஹலோ.
Hello. பேசிண்டே இருக்கு.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello, namaskaram.
You can hear me? Okay.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Illa. The one from this morning. This morning. She made a slide. Namaskaram. Can we request you all to please be seated? It is an absolute pleasure and honor to invite Bay Area's most esteemed artists for the second panel of this festival. We had a very insightful panel yesterday called Musical Values, in which wonderful thoughts were exchanged. Today's panel is titled Reminiscences with Gurus, because while the children learn the music, they should also be hearing the stories. Those inspire the learning further. So thank you all for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining us. So the way I'm going to ask these questions, just to, yes, encourage the discussion, and feel free to interrupt each other, well, at the appropriate time, and add your own thoughts. And if possible, please be as brief as possible, as you can, because we are actually running late, and like to cover as much as we can here today. So all of you have learned from great gurus and really imbibed a lot of their music. So I would like to understand from each of you, what was your guru's approach to teaching the fundamentals? And can start with Mohan. How did he, you can name your guru and also say how he taught you the fundamentals that held you, throughout your musical journey.
Thank you, Shivatsan. Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. My fundamentals started with my Guru Shri S.A. Shashidhar, and one of the two important things, takeaways, if I look back, and this is, I'm talking about fundamentals, was the length of holding a note. It was not just playing Sarigama Padanisa. It was the duration. Right? How long could you hold it? Can you go for 4 counts? Can you go for 8 counts? Can you hold your Shruti in that time? Right? That was one, and that has come a long way even today. When you think about stopping a Pallavi, Anupallavi, or Charanam, we need that skill. Second was understanding talam. If all the Suladi Sapta talas were given to you, but if we did not sit down and we had to write the lesson 4 times, and Lagu was marked by an inverted T, fingers were marked by an inverted V, and Dhrutam was marked by a 0. And the entire lesson we had to come prepared for the next class with the three columns and alankarams all hand marked, where the exact location of each swaram would land, right? So those two gave me probably the strongest fundamentals of understanding where I am in talam, right? Where exactly do I land? And in swaram, both are Shruti and Laya, right? One is Shrutir Mata, Laya Pita. So both aspects, I would say that would be if I say take away from fundamentals, that would be it. There was no rush to go to Varanams. There was like 8 Swarajatis we had to learn. There was no rush to go to Kritis. They had 20 Varanams we had to learn. So everything was, can you go back? And it was spiral. You go back and you review, go back and you review, layer by layer by layer. So until you came to a Kritis stage where we were comfortable switching speeds, understanding all of it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. That's a good point, and the idea of really going back and reviewing the fundamentals is such an important thing. Can I ask you the same question?
Sriramji, about fundamentals.
Fundamentals. So I'm trying to remember, as I mentioned in my speech earlier, my first guru was Sri Harihar Sharma. I was a small kid, like one of those kids. And then I moved with Sri C.V. Kuppaswamy, and he finished teaching me at 12. So, and my Arangetram happened at 12. And all I remember is people remarking my hand was good. Okay? Entire credit goes to the gurus. That's all I can say. Because I don't remember much of what they taught, how they taught. That's just me. But the takeaway was when I realized late, and of course, one important thing is, they didn't teach everything. They never spoons fed us. They didn't take the spoon and stuff it in your mouth as we do these days, right? I'm sorry for being very graphic with that. But that's the beauty. We have to discover. You have to discover. Because the most beautiful thing was when I started and I described the journey that I had, I didn't give all the details there, but the beauty is that you will discover so many things when you start doing it. It's just amazing. It's like you're going through a field and you're finding gem after gem after gem. You will find techniques. You will find how you can relate to that and how you can do something better than before. It's exhilarating when you sit down and apply things by yourself. But the solid foundation, right, that they have given, the teacher has given. I'm eternally grateful for that.
Would you say it was a lot about repetition, and how did you refine your technique?
Yes. Repetition, in my case, as I remember, they gave, in both these cases, they had basic lessons, and we just started about some sequences and lessons. But when I came to Rajappa Iyer, and I mentioned the Sadhaka Surkar, and that is a powerhouse. And if I just may take just a minute to describe what that is. When he started teaching, before that, there is something called a Ganesha Kautvam, and it's about some 19 aksharams or something like that. It's very hard and complicated. And it's a Prayar lesson, it's a Ganesha lesson, it's a prayer. And I'm told that they used to teach that. Even before teaching any strokes and fingering, you have to learn that. And people will take like 6 or 7 months even to just get the hang of it. And then it will be like 1 or 2 years before you come to the first few lessons in Ayutthaya. So my Rajappa Iyer, he just changed it all around. And he took a Taniyavartanam, and he took out the most difficult phrases. He put a list of them. And there it started. And he said, I'm going to teach you these phrases first. So we started with the Sadhaka Surkar. Believe me or not, that is something I started with when, I remember so many decades ago, but to this day, until this morning, if there's a concert, that's what I play. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's enough.
Thank you. That's for, again, emphasizing that idea of basic practice and how important it is. Yes. Ashama, can you tell us on a different question how the music classes would be conducted when you were going to your guru?
Yeah, sure. Namaskaram, everybody. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. I have been very blessed to have fabulous gurus in my formative years. I did not start under DKJ right away because I was from Jamshedpur. So I have another Jamshedpur partner here. And so I think the first guru, if I may say, is my mother. At 3, she discovered the talent or whatever she thought I had. And then we had a Ravindra Bharati over there, which had a 10-year course in different genres of art. It was Hindustani, Carnatic, and everything. And there was this one teacher who I credit for my basic fundamentals. She's the unsung hero of my life, of my grounding that I've had. Her name is Malati Lakshman. She's no more. But for 10 years, I did a course, and we had 3 classes every week. It was like a 10-year course, right? For almost a whole 6 months, 3 classes a week, all I sang was Sapasa.
I love it.
Okay, so the basic thing that for a child of 4 or 5-year-old, what was taught is to build your lung capacity, to enjoy the Shruti. Because Shruti, the fact that the Adhara Shruti was instilled in the mind and the importance for that was grounded. And for almost 6-7 years, I don't remember even going past Geetams. There was no rush. There was no rush because she believed that the foundation had to be so strong. She'll say, if you periya maadi kattadam kattanumna, you need to have that much of a deep foundation. So that was the grounding that I got, that when I moved out of Jamshedpur and went under the guidance of Dr. S. Ramanathan and then to D.K. Jayaraman, they were all so happy that the foundation laid was so strong. So they said that Yenga Kattande, and they were shocked that it was from Jamshedpur. Bihar, okay? All everybody knows is Bihar il Vellam. And that is all people knew about. Exactly. Bihar il Vallam is the only those newsreels and all that, right? But the grounding I got there paved the way for my being able to handle stalwart gurus like D.K. Jayaraman, Ramanathan sir, Nanganallur Ramanathan. So I believe that the importance given should be for every child, every student in any art form. Don't rush your basics. You need that foundation, that grounding to go deep to build a skyscraper on top.
Thank you. Ramesh, you've told me in the past about bicycling to your guru's house early in the morning before classes. Can you just talk about how the classes would actually go when you were going to Ramanathan sir?
First of all, thank you so much for this panel. I'm learning a lot from my fellow artists here on stage. Mama's style was different. Everybody had their own way of going about it. He would just play like a tani in a concert. He would treat me like an equal but play according to my levels. If you start with, I would say even the first class, ta din din na, ta ta din din, I'd have to repeat back. But till he would protect his ears. Till if it is of that level, every class, same thing would happen. Same thing would happen. If I play something else, you immediately start playing what is good. So amazing quality control happens right there. He'll protect his ears. He won't say anything. He will take over. So that's what would happen. So I would play something else which everyone says, okay, then you let me play a bit more, then I know my hand is a little bit better. So focused fully on getting the nadam right. Next part, he would never look at my hand. I would never look at his hand because he would sit across me. It would be many of them would one-on-one. So it was, he would say, Kaiya losaud, Kaiya losaud. It's the only word I kept hearing. So the only way I worked, I can tell you, I would hear how his nadam sounded and then Kaiya losaud, keep trying, imagining I'm creating that sound. That is all. And then we have shared before in one of my students here later on wanted to see my hand. So Kai Thane Amayarde. That means there is decentralized local intelligence. Kaiya lows out, they're focusing on the end in hand. Thane hand figures out a way to get it. That's all I can say. Hopefully I answered your question. Nothing more. Same thing happening. And if I do something better, he'll blow slightly more. If it's not okay, he will take over and start playing himself. That's all. So many classes I've hardly played for 5 minutes, he would be playing for 25 minutes. Because he's protecting his ears very clearly. He's an artist to the core.
So it seems like a lot of intuitive learning. Would you say?
Completely. Not much talking at all. No talking. Many classes, no talking. He would come and play. He would get a call. 7 o'clock he'll start getting calls for concerts. He would start. I would have to rush back. No talking. Even concerts I've gone with him on many. He would take me on trips. I would be just sitting out there in the Thinnai. Car will come. I will just sit back. Entire concert to the back. I'm not spoken about. Other artists will be there. They will talk. I will just be silently coming. In fact, I'll add one minute, one-liner. Later on, when I was here, one of my students went there to see him. Mommy asked, can he survive in US? They were all worried if I will talk and survive in US. That was their main concern. Thank you.
I just wanted to share one thing because Ashamma mentioned also having learned from S. Ramanathan Tata, and that just sharing a small note that Tata would tell us right along the same lines of how Ashamma emphasized the importance of only holding sapasa or geetams for so many years. Ramanathan Tata kitta kattukra vayasla, it was me and my 2 sisters, Soumya Akka, Unni, Savitri Satyamurthy Mami, Sita Mani Srinivasan Mami, nagala oru batch. We were all one batch. அப்போ கற்றுண்ட காலத்தில் ஐ ரிமெம்பர் தட் கிளாஸ் யூஸ் டு ஹேப்பன் அட் 3 o'clock. எங்கள் அம்மா ஸ்கூல்லேருந்து நேராக எங்களை பிக்கப் பண்ணிட்டு அசோக் நகரில் பஸ்ஸில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு அவசரமாக தலையை அப்போ பின்னுவா. ஏன்னா மண்ணும் குப்பையமாக அசிங்கமாக இருப்போம் ஸ்கூல்லேருந்து வந்துட்டு. She would comb our hair on the bus because the bus ride was 27 minutes. She'd time it. Tiffin carrierல இட்லி வரும், திணிப்பா வாயில். We would have had lunch late or something. She'll say, I don't care, because தாத்தாவோட கிளாஸ்லாம் they were not timed, so we wouldn't know. இந்த 3 மணி கிளாஸுக்கு போகிறவாளுக்கு there was a rule. That's the foundation I wanted to talk about. He would very gently, he was such a gentle speaker. He would say, 3 மணி கிளாஸுக்கு வரவா காத்தால் 6 மணி ஆரம்ப பாட்டத்துக்கு வரலன்னா இனிமே 3 மணிக்கு வராதிங்கோ. ஆரம்ப பாட்டம் கிளாஸ் was literally what Ashama said. சரிகம பதனிசா சரிகம பனிசா சாஞ்சப்ப மகரிசா திருக்காலம் பாடுவார், வேறு வேறு ராகத்தில் பாடுவார். But he would insist, and Ashama, correct me if I'm wrong, insist on the need for straight notes, because he felt straight notes were the only ones that would focus on adherence to Swarasthanam. அது வராம கமக்கம் எங்க வருதுன்னு. So he used to tell us.
In fact, my classes with Ramanan sir would be at 6 a.m. Okay, and we had to show up there at 6 a.m. and that room will be full. You won't even see him. He will probably be in the next adjacent room. And that room, like, it will be my Unni, myself, Soumya. Soumya will come in her school uniform, and we all had to sit there. And he knew all our names, of course. And we will all only be doing Sarli verses, Janta verses, and Dhatu verses. No Alankarams also. Primarily Alankarams. And he will just point, or he'll call out from there. Continue. So you had to be alert at 6 a.m. You had no choice. And he would switch ragams. Yes. We never sat and learnt kritis per se. First of all, we never opened our mouth other than to sing. You would even ask him, Ayo, idu netiki padiyache, should we have to sing it again? So that, I mean, it was a rigorous an hour and a half to 2, and you might be getting late for college, but you would not have the heart or the courage or the thing to say, disrupt that momentum of that class and say, I need to leave. So I'd rather be late to college, but I would enjoy those sessions because it was so much osmosis we learnt. I think that osmosis factor is what they, Ipoda it is this, I want a solo class, but I think that osmosis is where we learned so much.
And I think we also knew to pick up our own strengths and weaknesses in the process. When you're in that group class atmosphere, you are even more focused on hearing your voice and hearing your own alignment or lack thereof of Shruti. ஏன்னா எல்லாரும் ஸ்ருதியோட பாடும்போது நான் தான் அவுட் அடிக்கிறேனோ ஐயோ, you start to pay attention. You don't need it to be a spotlight before you can be highlighted, right?
I'm going to move on to Hari. Can you tell us actually in a very detailed way how your classes were conducted with Santana Gopalan sir?
Namaskaram to everybody. There option irka? Adu or question dana. Yen sonnena I'll give you a quick background about how I started classes with my guru. Unlike most of our panelists here, I shouldn't assume that, but I'm intuitively thinking that my age gap between me and my guru is exactly 11 years. Okay, so you can imagine when I was about 12, he was all of 23 years old, and he was at about that time is when he had full-fledged classes. When I first approached him for classes, he had a big, huge class of about his luck or his jadakam, whatever you want to call it. He always had students starting from 8 years old up to 80 years old. So, 4 வயசுக்கு வருவா குழந்தை அப்படி தவறுற குழந்தைங்க வந்து பாட்டு கற்றுன்னு போகும் அவர்கிட்ட. So, the classes that I was first exposed to a class in Oxford English School in Venkatana Road. Ulla pogna, the first thing that we are seeing is it's like an enormous class, like 30 people in the class or something like that. Everybody is singing Sarali Varisai, and everybody is singing Sarali Varisai all the way up to uru rigorous janta malai no. Zazari riga gari ri zazari zazari zari zazari riga zari ga zazari riga ga zazari riga ga zazari riga ga zari zazari 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 riga ga. That's one line. அந்த மாதிரி எல்லா லைனும் பேக் அண்ட் ஃபோர்த் பண்ணணும். இதை எல்லாரும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். 30 பேர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கச்சு எனக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சைட் வாஸ் இன்டிமிடேஷன். அண்ட் விதின் அபவுட் 3 or 4 classes தலைகிழ நின்று அதை எழுதி பார்த்து இப்படி எழுதி அதெல்லாம் finally what my guru decided was, konja naalik one-on-one va. So I went away and sat down with him and he said, Shruti Shruthalla correct paathu irundiya ella paaditiya aatliye oru thara paaditu then you come. So his whole thing was take about 10-15 minutes at home, listen to Shruti as much as you can. When you're here, you're not worried about whether you're on Shruti or not. That was the sort of theory, but it worked differently depending on how far you lived from his house and all that stuff. So for me, I don't know whether it worked or not, but I would show up, and then the first thing that he taught me was sarigama padanisa ella plain notes ah paadano unak ore vishayam soltaren anilende he spoke few words like everybody else said, but he would demonstrate on the veena for me. So re ga amma அப்படினா கையை பிரிச்சு வாசிக்கிறது இத பிரிச்சா என்ன ஆகும் தெரியுமா அப்படினு சொல்லி he would teach me the physics of the veena first. Well, I didn't know that it was physics, but at the time it was just the sounds of it, sa sa ri ma ga ma pa pa da ni ni sa sa ni da pa pa anuswaramna enna purinjikkiradhukku he was trying to help me understand the scale. So this is all he would expose us to. And eventually we kept coming back to these lessons, going back to a question you did not ask me. No, fundamentals were done every few months. And so the nature of the classes, after I went back in and kind of did my foray of classes one-on-one on the side, and then I would go back to this 30 people class. Eventually the 30 people class disintegrated based on age and availability. Some of us had to go to school, some of us had to work, whatnot. So eventually in about 3 years these things settled out, and I was in a class where I can report to you that everybody else in that class is now a very, very famous musician of some kind. Enaka ipo kudikka mudiyadhu. I'm very excited to talk about this. Ipo kudikka mudiyadhu thanni, but the point really is I can do quick name dropping. Ipo vandu Srividya Ramanath, Kasturi Shivakumar unga ellarkum theriyum, Sriram Parthasarathi, Muthu Krishnan, Chinmaya sisters, Uma Radhika. I can keep listing. In the Mari, all dazzling names that you are seeing today were all in my class at the time, or I was part of their class. So in the environment, like most people said here, the classes that we would go, everything started from, every class would start from a very basic idea, right? We would say, anniki enna thondradho adu mari onnu engalukku vandu, because he was a very busy performing artist, we had less than 2 days notice on when the class would be next. And the way the notice would work is, one person who had a phone at home would be the runner who goes around and tells everybody, right? So that is sort of how we would learn that எல்லாம் பயப்படுற மாதிரி வாங்கோ அப்படிம்பார். பயப்படுற மாதிரி வாங்கோன்னா 5:30 மணிக்கு வாங்கோன்னு அர்த்தம். சரி, ஸோ 5:30 மணிக்கு சாயங்காலம் வாங்கணும், இது மாதிரிலாம். So these would be coded messages you kind of had to figure out, and then we would show up, and then it would actually be at, depending on the size of the class, it would be at different people's place. So when we all showed up, depending on the environment, depending on the Shruti that day, and he would pick A as the Shruti for class that day, or he would do, இன்னைக்கு சாயங்காலம் எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் கச்சேரி இருக்கு, நீங்களாம் பாடுங்க, நான் பாடல, ஸோ G sharp, and then it would be like எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் ப்ராக்டிஸ் வேணும், Cல வச்சுக்கிறேன், நீங்களாம் கேளுங்க, right? So the class would be a combination of any of these things, right? And he was an upcoming, highly evolving artist who was reinventing himself every day. And I'm talking, 86 to 91. That's sort of the phase that we're talking about, right? So on the time, like, he was very, very, very motivated to share everything he knew. So we all used to, bring your proverbial patram with you. How the size of your patram is what you decide that day, and how much he would give. If you want, ithrund patram eduthu pona avladha kadaikum, ivlo perusa eduthu pona avlo kadaikum. So it was like he would give and give and give, and there were days when I would walk out of class completely energized and had no clue what I learned that day. So it was a weird combination of both. Anyway, I don't know if I answered your question.
Your energy is also based, however, not just in the class you received from him. Sorry, I'm going to quote your email to me. So manichudungo, But I found it very interesting, and I think people should hear about it. I had a beautiful email exchange with Hari about this. The energy draw is not necessarily because he sat in front of his guru or got a class or because of any of that. Hari actually writes, my favorite moments spent with my guru is that I've spent infinite agenda-less hours with my guru, reveling in what he considers elevated music, spiritual listening. I've slept over at least a dozen times since I had not found a way to get home after midnight, after losing track of time in those experiences. I will also admit to the numerous meals I have enjoyed through Meeramani's hands and his Santan Gopal Nanna's mother, Jaya Mami. So the total experience, and I know Mohan can attest to this, Ashama can attest to this, Shiramanna, Ramesh Anna, Srivats and myself, that the experience was never about just being sit down and taught something. And we never went with this expectation that, oh, class 1 hour na chonna. There was an Adhika Prasangi who came to KV and Mama one time and who said, Mama, ninga 52 minutes than solli kuduthirkel 1 hour class.
But don't we see that quite often here?
Yes, and what offended me when I was present to watch this, what offended me about it is, நம்ம கத்துண்ட காலத்துல நீ கத்துக்க போறேன்னு சொன்னாலே தவிர நம்ம அப்பா அம்மால நீ எப்படி கத்துக்க போறேன்னு நம்மள அனுப்பல. What you observe, you learn. அவளுக்கு நீ பாத்திரம் தேய்ச்சாலும் நீ கத்துக்கிற, அவளுக்கு நீ துணியை துவைச்சாலும் நீ கத்துக்கிற, அவளுக்கு நீ பெடிக்யூர் பண்ணி விட்டாலும் நீ கத்துக்கிற, ஹேர் கட் பண்ணாலும் நீ கத்துக்கிற. Both of which I have done, by the way. But I'm saying, இதெல்லாம் பண்ணாலும் we are learning in the process. There is something to be learned from every moment of that. அவ சும்மா they are rambling நாலும் it's their ramble, it's our treasure.
In fact, in DKJ sir's class in the morning, there would be 1.5 hours of Vijay, Sriram, and myself, and a few other, and Akka, Sukanya Akka would all be there. 1.5 hours would have gone. We would not have even sung one swaram because he would have dissected and talked about his kacheri previous night, telling us, "Idu na inno bettera paadirkalam." Like he was analyzing his kacheri, and in the middle, Mami will bring coffee, and then we'll discuss about coffee, and then somebody would have brought up a cricket score. So cricket vandurthuna DKJ sir is completely out of. You wouldn't even realize that he's a musician of that caliber. Cricket paithyam, literally, and then that's all it would be. And then at the end he will say towards us, okay, time aichu ningalam kalamungo, and then Mami, Jaya iniki enna panna pora vetta kolamba. That would be the discussion. But that 1.5 hours, we didn't realize that it was not just music, because it was an experience to live life with them and see how much of human they are while that fabulous artist.
Yeah, I just want to add to the cricket theme. My guru was, actually, Krishnamurti was an ardent supporter for the India cricket team. So we'll be in the class, we'll be similar situation. It's a holistic learning. We are not sitting there learning a kriti. We are learning from other students. Somebody else is playing. I think learning is much faster when you realize how others learn. And 7 people make the same mistake. I mean, you have to play it right on the 8th time, right? I mean, there is so many mistakes you learn. You don't have to make all mistakes to learn, right? You have to learn from your class. I mean, there's enough examples around us. I'm not saying in a negative way. It's just how we learn, the human learning process. So in between, he'd say, match is going to start now. You go to the Vinayaka temple, 10 rupees archana for Ganapati. Now. Okay? So we had to run to the temple, do archana for India-Pakistan match, come back and continue the class. So that was part. I just wanted to add.
I just want to add a small thing. Yeah, the same theme. So I used to live in Arumbakam, and the classes with Rajappa Iyer would be in Mylapore, Valluvar College, where we had to go by 2 buses. So Kathal, we have some kanji or something, பழைய சாதம் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு ரன் 8:30 மணி 9 மணிக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு திறக்கும் போது போயிடணும். அண்ட் ஐ வாண்ட் டு டூ எவ்ரி திங் தட் செட்டப் இது பெருக்கிறது, துடைக்கிறது, பாயை விரிக்கிறது, எல்லாத்தையும் மிருதங்க எடுத்து வச்சுட்டு அவரோட ஐ யூஸ் டு லவ் ஸ்பெண்டிங் டைம் வித் அண்ட் அது என்ன பண்ணுவேன், நீ வாசிக்கிறியா, அடுத்து நீ வாசிக்கிறேன், இல்லை சார் அப்புறம் பார்க்குறேன், இல்லை நீ வாசிக்கிறேன் இல்லை சார் அப்புறம் இல்லை சார் அப்புறம் எவ்ரிபடி வெல்கம் எனக்கு என்ன அவர் பாஸ்ட் அப்புறம் கிளம்பிடணுமே ஸோ ஐ வாண்ட் டு பி தேர் when he winds shop and then pack everything clean that place and பாயெல்லாம் சுருட்டி வச்சுட்டு மிருதங்கத்தை ஷெல்ஃபில் வச்சுட்டு walk with him all the way to his house and இது எனக்கு I used to love doing this ஆனால் என்னென்னா ஸோ 3 hours 3.5 hours நான் ஒவ்வொரு கிளாஸும் என்னோட கிளாஸ் வந்து 15 minutes தான் இருக்கும் பிகாஸ் நான் I have to impress him, right? ஸோ நான் வாரம் முழுக்க நல்லா ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி ஒரே ஸ்ட்ரோக் ஐ வில் ப்ளே மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணி கரெக்ட் பண்ணி திட்டினாருங்கிறது எங்கள் ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி எனக்கு வந்ததில்லை ஸோ என்னோட கிளாஸ் 15 minutes இருக்கும் யூ won't believe it I spent 3.5 to 4 hours every weekend அந்த மத்தியானம் 11 மணி ஆகும் 12 மணி ஆகும் அதாவது there is a term in Tamil கொலை பசி அதாவது இன்னொரு சேயிங் இருக்கு the big intestine will start eating the small intestine தமிழில் இருக்கு அது வந்து அந்த மாதிரி பசிக்கு வந்து கவலையப்பட மாட்டேன் அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றுமே இல்லை ஸோ அதனால கிளாஸ் எல்லாம் முடிச்சுட்டு அவரோட இருந்துட்டு அவர் எப்படி சொல்லி கொடுக்குறாருங்கிறத அப்சர்வ் பண்ண முடிஞ்சது எனக்கு வந்து என்னென்னா என்னுடைய துரதிர்ஷ்டம் மை மிஸ்ஃபார்ச்சூனஸ் பை த டைம் ஐ வென்ட் டு ராஜபாயர் he has retired from playing concerts ஸோ ஒரு கச்சேரி கூட நான் அவர் வாசித்து கேட்டது கிடையாது ரைட் அது எனக்கு ஃபார்மேட்டிவ் இயர்ஸ் நான் ஒரு கச்சேரி ஏதோ அரங்கேற்றம் வாசிச்சுட்டு ஐ கான் டு ராஜபாயர் அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 4 வருஷம் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அப்படியே டபால்னு ஸ்டாப்டு அவர்கிட்ட போகும்போது ஸோ ஒரு 4-5 வருஷம் கழிச்சு ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் பர்ஃபார்மிங் அகெயின் ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் லைக் ஜஸ்ட் லிட்டில் பெட்டர் தென் த அரங்கேற்றம் லெவல் இன் டேர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்காம்பனிமெண்ட் ஸோ அதனால் நிறையா அப்சர்வ் பண்ணி கற்றுட்டு இது பண்ணி வந்தேன் பட் இது வந்து இவர்கிட்ட நான் என்ன அப்சர்வ் பண்ணி கற்றுட்டேன்னா என்ன தப்பாக பண்ணக்கூடாதுங்கிறத மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அது ஒரு கொஸ்டின் பார்த்தேன் என்ன பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு எப்படின்னா வாத்தியார் பண்ணினதில் எதுவுமே நாம் குற்றம் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது ஆனால் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் பண்ணுற தப்புலேருந்து ஐ லேர்ன்ட் அ லாட் அது இவர் எப்படி சொல்லி கொடுக்குறார் என்ன இன்ஃபினிட் பேஷன்ஸோட he will teach that really I learned from that.
Thank you, Shira. Another question that along these lines, Ramesh, I'll start with you here. Each of you can briefly tell when did you realize that your guru really cared about your progress, especially that you had promise.
Very good question. I don't think I have an answer for that.
Or how did he express that? Yes.
He won't express also. I can give you one example where I got from a second part, from indirectly. I had the fortune of playing for T.V. Shankar Narayan sir at his house the month or two before his son was born. Okay, at that time in his house, Vembu Iyer was there, Tanjavur Shankar Iyer, both were there. I was going in car with him, so he called me over. So I played for an hour and a half. My sister alone was the only other person in their house in Mylapore. Right there, Vembu Iyer said, Ramu phone adina. Immediately he spoke about good words about me, as blessed. Okay, after hearing this. Next day I went for class morning. Mama asked me only one word. நீ அவ ஃபோன் பண்ணுற போது அங்கே இருந்தியா ஒரே வார்த்தை டக் that's it over no other word about it he completely kept my ego in check every time slightest even trace he saw it just because he was constantly say ego kona I go he would want sure no way anything comes down he would keep me grounded to the core he would say ego kona I go so he would make sure that's a standard word so
just add very briefly to this. All those years I spent, my training with Rajappa Iyer was about 4.5 years. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து ரெஸ்ட் எல்லாம் வந்து ஜஸ்ட் ஹேங்கிங் அவுட் வித் வீட்டுக்கு போகிறது எல்லா வேலையும் செய்கிறது டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணுறது டாக்கிங் அபவுட் ஹிஸ் பாஸ்ட் அதுதான் ஸோ அண்ட் வாசிப்போம் வாசி காமிப்போம் ஸோ அதில் வந்து ஐ ஹார்ட்லி ஹர்ட் எனி அப்ரிசியேஷன் ஆர் எனிதிங் அண்ட் ஐ நெவர் ஈவன் எக்ஸ்பெக்டட் தட் யூ நோ எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு மீட்டர் தான் when I go to his house when he sees me his face is will smile that's all I wanted it will be a very real smile when he sees me he will smile that's அது இது பெரிய எனக்கு பூஸ்ட் எனக்கு டானிக் பூஸ்ட் நம்மளை பார்த்தா அவர் சிரிக்கிறாரே என்ன மூஞ்சி சிரின்னு வச்சுக்காம ஏன்னா அது நம்மளை பார்த்தா சிரிக்கணும்னு தோன்றது இல்லையா அதுதான் எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது அப்புறம் இந்த அப்ரிசியேஷன் சொல்கிறது வந்து எப்படி வந்ததுன்னா 2 விதமாக வந்தது. ரொம்ப வருஷம் கழிச்சு ஒன்று வந்து என்னென்னா, ஃபஸ்ட்டு டைம் இது அப்ரிசியேஷன், யூ ஓன்ட் பிலீவ் இட், நான் அது கிரேடெல்லாம் வாங்கியாச்சு. ஐ வாஸ் இன் பி ஹை கிரேட் அப்போது. அண்ட் அம்மா வந்து ஷீ வாஸ் கோயிங் டு பர்ஃபார்ம் இன் த சங்கீத் சம்மேளன் மாதிரி, அது நேஷ்னல் ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆஃப் மியூசிக்கு. ஸோ அதில் வந்து நல்ல பெரிய ஆர்டிஸ்ட் எல்லாம் பேரெல்லாம் போட்டுட்டு அக்காம்பனிமெண்ட் சாய்ஸஸ், பிகாஸ் த ரேடியோ ஸ்டேஷன் வில் ட்ரை டு கெட் த ரைட் ஆர்டிஸ்ட். சும்மா ஒரே ஒரு பாக்கி கேப் இருக்கு போனால் போகிறதுன்ட்டு யூ புட் மை நேம் முன்னாடி. ஹர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சாய்ஸ் வாஸ் ஆல் தி அதர் ஆர்டிஸ்ட். அதுக்கப்புறம் போனால் போகிறதுன்னு இதுவும் போகிறப்பட்ட தே செலக்டட் மீ. என்ன அவெல்லாம் பிஸியாக இருந்திருக்கா, ஐ வாஸ் லக்கி. ஸோ அம்மாவோட போயிட்டு அந்த நேஷ்னல் ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆஃப் மியூசிக்கில் ரெக்கார்டிங்லாம் கொடுத்து ரொம்ப ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் பண்ணி எல்லாம் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி எல்லாம் பண்ணி நல்லா வாசிச்சுட்டு வந்தாச்சு. அது வந்து 2 மாதம் கழிச்சு இட் வாஸ் ஆக்சுவலி ப்ராட்காஸ்ட். அப்போது நைட்டு 10:30 மணிக்கு வந்து சம்திங் இட் ஃபினிஷ்ட். நைட்டு வரும் அந்த நேஷ்னல் ப்ரோக்ராம் மியூசிக்கு. அதை வாசித்து முடிச்சுட்டு ஐ வாஸ் லைக் ஓகே அப்படின்னு திடீர்னு 10:45 ஐ எம் கெட்டிங் அ ஃபோன் கால். அந்த ஃபோன் கால் வந்து கேஆர் கணேஷ் ராஜபையர் சன் கால்டு மீ. ஸ்ரீராம், வி ஜஸ்ட் ஹர்ட், ரொம்ப நல்லா வாசிச்சிருக்கேன், சார் சொல்ல சொன்னார், ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் திருப்தின்னு சொல்கிறார். அவர் தூங்க போயிட்டார். He didn't tell me, he went off to sleep, but he has told to his son and asked him to I was like, okay. That day my life came full circle. It was after so many years. So, and it's still worth it. இப்போ வந்து appreciation, even when it is genuine, நிறைய கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்கும்போது you don't know the value of that thing, right? அது வந்து you have to earn it. இத்தனை வருஷம் வாசிச்சு நேஷனல் ப்ரோக்ராம் வாசிச்சு I was able to get that appreciation. The second incident வந்து எப்படின்னா, ஒரு நாளைக்கு சும்மா அதுக்கு போயிருந்தேன். அவர் வந்து அங்கே தான் I'll be hanging around for hoursல, மாடியில் மொட்டை மாடியில் போய் வாசி, somebody was saying, மொட்டை மாடியில் வாசி. மாடியில் ஒரு ஷெட்டு போட்டிருக்கார். சரி விசிராந்தியாக ஒரு பேட்ச் இந்த மாதிரி டின் ஷெட்டு உட்காந்துட்டு மிருதங்கத்தை வச்சுட்டு யார் கேட்க போகிறேன், நோபடி வில் ஹியர், அம்மா சார் கீழே தூங்க போயிருப்பான்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் வந்து வழக்கமாக வாசிக்கிற மாதிரி வாசித்தேன். அப்போல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா, ஒரு தாளத்தை எடுத்துட்டு ஆதி தாளம் எடுத்துட்டா ஃப்ரம் A to Z எவ்ரி பாசிபிள் பர்மிட்டேஷன் காம்பினேஷன், எவ்ரி கோர்வை, எவ்ரி அதை திசரம் பண்ணுறது, அது பண்ணுறது, இது பண்ண அந்த அவர் சொல்லி கொடுத்த பாடத்தில் அதில் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியும், 1.5 மணி நேரத்துக்கு மேலே ஆகும் ஆய்த்தாளம் முடிக்கிறதுக்கு. அது எல்லாம் பொறுமையாக, ஏன்னா சாதகம் தானே பண்ணுறோன்னு வாசித்தேன். நான் எதையும் எதிர்பார்க்கல, நான் மாட்டில் போட்டு ஃபுல்லாக அடித்து வாசித்து முடிச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 2.5 hours நான் வாசிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன் மாடியில். கேஆர் கணேஷ் வரார், மறுபடியும் மாடிக்கு வர்றார். வந்துட்டு ஸ்ரீராம் எப்படி இருக்க சௌக்கியமா? எஸ் அந்த ஒன்றும் இல்லை, சார் வந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தார். he was very happy how you practice. ஷாக். ஸோ இது அப்ரிசியேஷனுங்கிறது வந்து அவர் வந்து நம்ம வாசிக்கிறது சரியாக இருக்குன்னு எனக்கு கிடைச்ச இண்டிகேஷன். அது வந்து இந்த 2 தான், ஒன்லி தீஸ் 2 occasions. மற்றபடி அவர் வந்து நினச்சிருக்கலாம், பட் எனக்கு தெரியாது. பட் இது ஒன்று போகிறோம் ஃபார் மை திஸ் லைஃப் டைம், இது போகிறோம் எனக்கு.
I remembered one incident. 1985, Mandolin Srinivas was supposed to come on his first tour to US. They had very high regard for Mama. They came to his house to have him come. And for the first time, I came to know later, and he recommended me to go on that tour. That was on the biggest bhagyam. But that is the year I got my assistantship to come to US. I just finished my BTech in IIT, so the first time I had to respectfully say no, and Mama said yes, Padipu first, I agree later. So that's I came to know later. So this was in 1985. Wow. This is, I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. So for me, after having come from a small town and then moving, because we were in Triplicane and I did 2 years under Dr. S. Ramanathan, and from there the commute was too much, so we had moved to T Nagar. So he said, you go to Jayaraman. So for me, DKJ sir accepting me as a student itself was validation for me, right? The fact that he made me sing, and I still remember very clearly, I sang Simendra Madhimamla Rama Rama. So he said, where did you padam pannify this? So I told him, Jamshedpur. So he said, oh, angalla ipdi padandram unda, was his question. Okay? And then he said, okay, and the first kriti he taught me right then and there. He started Kedaramla Gajavadana Beduve. Only he sings. If you have ever heard Gajavadana Beduve in Kedaram, it's only DKJ who sings it, right? So that was it. And after that, he would say, all morning classes were open. There was no fixed schedule. of you come on Tuesday, you come on Thursday. Every day, morning you can show up at 5 o'clock, there are classes happening and you join. One day I would learn the Pallavi of one Kriti. Second day, nothing would be learned. Third day, Charanam of another Kriti. So you got to figure out, okay, what am I learning? And then you would look at your peers and say, okay, do you know the Pallavi of this song? Okay, when do we jam after class? So that was it. And then suddenly, sir will say, okay, Krishnakant Sabha, we have this concert, Asha, Sri Ram, Vijay. So half of us don't know, we only know portions of this song. So then, but then he would trust us in actually learning and feeding off of each other. And there was no rehearsal schedules like what we sit here and practice for hours before a show. You just show up on stage, they're literally all 15 faces are staring at his mouth as to what is the next Sangati going to come. And his one turn of the head, we will realize, okay, we should not sing this, you know. And that is how it used to be. But I want to add one more thing. In between class, early morning, mommy will walk in and say, Ellaru saaptela, did you all eat? Was the first question. Food was a big thing because he was a foodie himself. So he would make sure that all of us ate. The first question was, did you guys eat? Did you guys have water? Do you guys want food before you leave for your school, college or whatever? So that is something we felt like a member of his family. We were treated like his children. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me. And I try 5% of that. But I think it's important that the children also feel the same way and the teachers also give that boundary is not there, right? Because that Bhaya Bhakti should not be fearsome.
Yes.
It is the bhakti
Their
towards the
generosity
art
was-
form.
yes.
Exactly.
Their generosity was there, but we didn't expect இல்லையா ஷாமா?
Not at all.
ஒரு
Not
நாள்
at all.
இன்னைக்கு சாப்பாடு போட்டாங்கறதுனால இன்னைக்கு சாப்பிடாம போலாம், அடுத்த நாள்
கரெக்ட்
நம்ம கிளாஸ் முடிஞ்ச உடனே அவளே சாப்பாடு போடுவா. அந்த
அது
எண்ணம்
மட்டும் இல்ல
நமக்கு வாய் வராது கேட்கறது.
another interesting DKJ was sir வந்து காலம்பரை he knows I will come at 6 o'clock or something and then he'll call at 5:30. The previous evening he'll say நாளைக்கு உங்க அம்மாவை வத்தக்குழம்பு பண்ணி கொண்டு வர சொல்றியாம்பா. So then he would so sweet, he loved these small things, you know, because that just made you feel so welcome and accepted. So it was not just musically but as a person he accepted you. And that love was so evident. You learned so many things to respect, to be all encompassing, everything through the way they behaved with us. I think that's the takeaway.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Same question. Okay. So I've known my guru for about 4 decades. So when did I realize when he cared about me? I think I've had at least 100 such occurrences where he would, maybe because of the experiences that he had personally, he would not hold stoic expressions in person. Like between the two of us, if we were in a closed panel, in a closed room, he would tell me very clearly if he was happy with me, if he was not happy with me. And the issue irundade kadiyadu. But when did I know he cared about me? I can tell you this one slightly different from what everybody else is talking about. There was a time when I had to, somebody applied for the CCRT, Center for Cultural Resources and Training, and somebody, either my dad or somebody else, one of my school teachers was very invested in my music, and I think she was the one who applied, asked a few of us to apply for this scholarship. So for the scholarship, we had to show up in Bangalore, and we had to prepare a few things. The day of the interview for the scholarship was on a day when I had my half-yearly exams or something like that. So I was more worried about the half-yearly exam to Bangalore polandrathu romba sandoshamaana vishayam. So I didn't have a problem with that. But the problem was the negotiation with the teacher in charge of my half-yearly exam that day was that I had to take the test the previous week before I leave. That was not a very fun thing for me. So I had basically I had said, no, I'm not doing this because I don't want to take the test the previous week. One thing led to another, and then I came to know through my mother that we really had to go do this scholarship, at least as a little effort from my side, because he had never taken any fees for me. So இது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருந்தது. When I heard that, I was all of 13 years old or something like that. So I said, fine, I'll take the test.
I took the test the previous week. The next thing I know, 2 days later, my dad got stuck with something at work and he could not accompany me on the trip. Guess who steps in? My guru took me. So, எங்கள் குருக்காக நான் ட்ராவல் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்றதை விட எனக்காக என் குரு ட்ராவல் பண்ணார். He came with me because I didn't have a chaperone to go, again, all of 12, 13 years. So he was my chaperone. And Sri Ranjani Santana Gopalan accompanied us. She was all of 1.5, 2 years maybe old. And we had an emergency birth situation. Sri Ranjani and I were on the top berth. You know what a berth is? BERTH. Go look it up. It's a train journey, so we were going from Chennai to Bangalore. Huh? So when we went from so we stayed at my attai's place in Rajaji Nagar. This place was I can't remember. Ana ungalku therinjirukum Bangalore la endha idam solittu, but anyway,
This was on KR Road.
KR Road. Yes. So one of the CCRT buildings there, angada there was the interview, and none other than Maharajapuram Santanam sir was the qualifying judge. He knew my family. Appa, my dad, and his son, Ramachandran uncle, they were classmates. So they knew each other. Enna recognized pannitar through, I don't know how he recognized me. Anyway, he recognized me. And then Sir Velliye ninnindirundar. Sir did not, Santana Gopalan sir, for reasons that you may or may not know, it doesn't matter. Avaru Velliye ninnindirundar. And he, of course, they were not allowed to come in. இது முடிஞ்ச உடனே எங்கே கற்றுக்கிற அப்படின்லாம் கேட்டுருந்தார். ஸோ மை அத்தை who was also with me at the time kind of gave a gist of what we were doing. உடனே சந்தானம் சார், மகாபுரம் சந்தானம் சார் called நெய்வேலி சந்தான கோபாலன் சார் in and he said, இதுலேருந்தே தெரியாது நீ நல்லா சொல்லி தந்துட்டுருக்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு I actually got the scholarship after that. So but my guru instantly signed. So every 2 years or so you're supposed to get a renew. You have to renew that scholarship. And my guru remembered the time after 2 years and said, "Nappa, thirupi polama." So that itself was more than validation. Nariya thara validation kadichirukku enakku, whether I deserved it or not. So,
thank you.
I just want to add to it. I just wanted to add one note is, as far as DKJ was concerned, he would always tell us, don't put my name when you are applying for concerts, because we had to apply for concerts, right? We would all go to all these sabhas for those competitions. You had various categories in various sabhas, and it was not a competition for us. It was just a reason for us to hang out amongst peers. So right, so we would do that, and sir would say, "Kacheri vandada, very good." So we would go to do namaskaram, and he has assumed that we have worked towards the concert, right? Because otherwise he is not going to say, but he knows, right? It was an unsaid rule, right? And then only thing he would say, "Sir, Kacheri has to go well, please bless us." And his dialogue to response to us would be, "Vendiko," in Tamil he would say, "audience ku nalla thala eduthirukanum." Simple. What does it mean? Just pray that the audience is blessed to hear a good concert. So the pressure is off your head. Such a beautiful way of telling you, don't get scared. You have worked hard and you go give your 1000%. Just wish that they have a good luck to hear a good concert. So with that confidence, you go and sing a concert, it comes off very well. very beautiful way of giving us confidence.
I'll summarize quickly, we have a round here. So there was 3 instances, there's many, like Hari mentioned it. And one of them was, I was very young and I didn't know I was competition worthy, right? I mean, you go to a competition, you're guru only. We never asked for a competition, we never even asked whether I'm even good enough, right? And because it was just very scary to ask, just learn and go home. And one day my Guru Shashidhar came and said, "I have enrolled you for a competition." And today there's gratitude for it. At that moment it was a shock, all right? I'm like, "You enrolled me." I said, it was 1 rupee entry back then. 1 rupee entry for a competition. My first competition, I even remember I played Ni Bhakti Bhagya Sudha in Jayamanohari. And I got, the prize was and I got a prize. And it was that photo, famous photo where Ramar and the whole Rama Kutumbam comes as a Pratyaksham to Tyagaraja. That was I still have it. It's 40 probably plus years old, framed at home. That was one. Second was the CCRT. He put me to CCRT and got me a scholarship for 2 years. This one thing I want to add is, who is your guru is a very dangerous question, right? Because you don't know why that person is asking you. So it happened to me, and when you go to CCRT, you see only big names. V.N. Suresh was there for me, and R.K. Srikantan Mama was there. I was sitting there, and first of all, I'm 14 or 15, and I'm so scared, right? And I'm shivering literally to play. And he asked me, okay, R.K. Srikantan Mama said, go ahead and play Vasanta Varna. I started, and I went to second speed. Risa, Nida, Nisa, Mada, Nisa, Ri, Nisa, Gaga, Ma. I forgot. Okay. I blanked out. And the sparked me started continuing in Kalpanaswaram mode. So, Risa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Da, Da, Nida. I started playing something, whatever came to my mind. R.K. Srikantan Mama until then was like this, and then he was, what's going on? Right? And then he asked me, who is your guru? Because I remember that. So anyway, I passed, I got my CCRT different, but anyway, he understood what happened, I was afraid and all that stuff. So anyway, so Guru carrying CCRT. Third last instance was my Guru Sri Krishnamurti said, come for class tomorrow. It was a weekday. I said, what time? 10:30, bandbudu, 10:30 bandbudu. I said, I have college, I have to go to college, engineering college. He said, no, PM. Okay, and I said, oh, I see, 10:30 p.m. Okay, I went. That's when my first Kambodi Atatala Varnam started. And it was a 1-month-long Kambodi training, 10:30 to 12:30. I had to walk back home midnight. It was 10 houses, it was not difficult. And it creeps up on you, you don't know. As me and my brother went, we get more and more trained. And finally you know, and I think Vijaya Aunty mentioned, Vijaya Chithi mentioned this morning about Vidya Putri, Vidya Putra. The moment came on me when my mother told my guru, why don't you adopt these 2 children? So that's when guru becomes part of your family, you know it's a parent figure, you are inducted, and you're part of, there is no difference, there is no line between a guru, shishya, you're part of him, part of his family.
I'm just going to request Kavita to pop up something on the slide here that was mentioned by Vijayamma in the keynote speech this morning, if any of you missed it. In the keynote speech, she addressed many incredible truths that every musician and every rasika, every student of music should be aware of. It was like a course in itself in 20 minutes, but this segment, I immediately asked her to give me that segment, and Kavita, our little genius here, she immediately turned it into a slide for us to see. You're talking about Vidyarthi, you're talking about gurus. So a guru, avalukku jnaniingiravalukku enna artham, guruingiravalukku enna artham, and then acharyaingiravalukku enna artham, upadhyayangiravalukku enna artham, deshikaingiravalukku enna artham. The guru plays all of these roles, is what Vijayamma was talking about this morning. You're not just a person who's educating the student, okay, banished, get out, go home. Appadi kadayadu. Avale thai, avale thandai. Padma Mami had taught us this. Mukuruni Vinayakara patti oru shlokam adula varum. Guruvum Deivamumagi adiyen manakkurai tavirthidum gunakkundrame அப்படின்னு வரும். அந்த ரூபம், that is what a guru takes. It's not an isolated role, right? And you talked about food, you're talking about staying, you're talking about time, you're talking about what we learn watching, what we don't, observe.
Ask a question just along those lines exactly. What did you learn from your guru's approach to life in general?
Yes.
Not music specifically, but approach to life in general. If you can briefly answer that. Start, please.
Mama's approach was very integrated with his art form, very holistic. So if you've enjoyed his mridangam, you knew the personality. Very soft-spoken. I'm just coming 2 days ago. Actually, I think on 12th we had his Nostalgia Day in Chennai. Many speakers spoke about Mama, and one thing they said is he would never speak ill about anybody, anywhere. That was one thing stood out. And they said in the Sangeeta Olagam, it's very rare. He would never say anything Korea of anybody. So, and I would quote, TVG Mama shared several years ago when we were blessed, when he sang for one of our students, Srivatsan namesake. He sang for us here. He told me about my guru that time. He said in 50s, if I may share, there was once, again, Music Academy had an issue at that time, and a bunch of musicians had a separate season at that time when Music Academy had a separate season. And at that time he said, the one who had maximum concerts both sides was Ramu. He was their man both sides. And he was like, and everybody is happy. The question is, and also recently in early 2000, when there was again Academy, there was a court case, and few years they didn't award Sangeeta Kalanidhi. When they came back, by consensus he was chosen. He was the only unifying figure. To add a point, very soft-spoken, very going along with people, and I think if you know his music, that was his personality. And hopefully I answered your question there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, one big similarity with what you said is Rajapayar sir was very, very soft-spoken, and I've hardly heard him. ரொம்ப தப்பு பண்ணினா after many mistakes யாரா ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ரொம்ப தப்பு பண்ணா he'll say ஏன் இப்படி வாசிக்கிற, that's the hardest I've heard. ஏன் இப்படி என்ன what playing, அவ்வளோதான், இதுக்கு மேலே ஒன்றும் வராது. ஸோ அந்த பொறுமை, that patience and the dedication towards teaching was amazing. இவர் வந்து my relationship வந்து with C.V. Kuppuswamy, my second guru, was very interesting. அவர் வந்து எனக்கு my classes with him finished when I was about 12. நான் அரங்கேற்ற முடிச்ச அப்புறம் அவர் வந்து he said, okay, now you have to learn on your own அப்படின்னு. He finished his classes. So அதுக்கு முன்னாடி you can imagine 8, 9 years old, 10 years old. I've never heard of this before. He is very kind and soft spoken, right? He will say, வா நம்ம ஏதாவது பார்த்து மூவிக்கு போகலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு. He took me to 2 movies. அவர் இங்கிலீஷ் படம்லாம் எனக்கு செம்ம ஜாலியாக இருக்கும். பிகாஸ் எனக்கு அந்த குருவோட மூவிக்கு போகிறதுங்கிறதே ஐ நெவர் ஹர்ட் ஆஃப் இட். எனக்கு வந்து ஸோ இந்த க்ளோஸ் என்கவுண்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் த தேர்ட் கைண்ட்னு ஒரு படம். ஹீ லைக்ஸ் சயின்ஸ் ஃபிக்ஷன். அதனாலேயோ என்னமோ தெரில, எனக்கு இப்போ ஐ எம் அ மேஜர் சயின்ஸ் ஃபிக்ஷன் ஃபேனட்டிக். ஸோ க்ளோஸ் என்கவுண்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் த தேர்ட் கைண்ட் வாஸ் அ பிக் மூவி. அப்புறம் வந்து there is one more movie, ஏதோ ஒன்று அபிஸ் ஆர் சம்திங் லைக் தட், ஏதோ ரெண்டும் சயின்ஸ் ஃபிக்ஷன் மூவிஸ். ஸோ ஐ ரிமெம்பர் ஹிம் டேக்கிங் மீ டு த மூவிஸ். எல்லாம் எதாவது சாப்பிட்றியா, ஏதாவது கூல் ட்ரிங்க் ஏதாவது வாங்கி தருவார். இல்லை பாவம், அவரே டிக்கெட்டுக்கும் பணம் கொடுத்து இது பண்ணி வா நம்ம மூவிக்கு போகலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு அழைச்சிட்டு போவார். அது ஒரு கைண்ட்னஸ் அண்ட் ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட்லி. குயிக்காக என்னென்னா, அவர் வந்து when I was 12 அவர் முடிச்சிட்டார். அண்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆகிடுத்து, ஐ லாஸ்ட் கான்டாக்ட் வித் ஹிம். அது when life went on, I was completely immersed into Rajapayar and அது மாதிரி வந்தாச்சு. And after fast forward many years, Rajapayar passed on, and then there is only one guru remaining now, which is C.V. Kuppuswamy. எப்படி அவரை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது, how do I find it? It became a big search. So இங்கே வர ரொம்ப தேடிட்டு I started talking to every percussionist coming here, one by one. இந்த மாதிரி ஒருத்தர் கத்துண்டார், இந்த மாதிரி ஒருத்தர் சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தார், ஒரு கத்துண்டேன் சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தார். கடைசியில் somebody pointed, I think it was Gadam Karthik or somebody, ஏதோ பாயிண்டட் பண்ணி இங்கே இருக்கான்னு சொல்லிட்டு I found out he is living in Bangalore. அண்ட் அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து after 30-40 years இந்த மூவியில் வந்து சினிமாவில் வர சீன் மாதிரி I was performing in Bangalore. அண்ட் அந்த கச்சேரி வந்து அந்த ட்ரினிட்டி ஸ்கூலோட பெரிய கச்சேரி இருந்தது. அதுக்கு வந்து என்னோட ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஒருத்தர் போய் அவர் எங்கேயோ பண்ணி காரை அனுப்பிச்சு he brought him there. I didn't know he is going to come. And so அவர் வந்தார், கச்சேரி முழுக்க கேட்டார். அப்புறம் he came on the stage and I did namaskaram to him there. I was seeing him after 30-40 years. I just couldn't believe it. அது வந்து it was a moment I'll never forget. அவர் வந்து he has seen me when I was 12. அண்ட் அதுக்கப்புறம் இப்போ பார்க்குறார். அவர் என்ன சொல்லுவார்னு, வாசிக்கிறத பற்றி என்ன சொல்லுவார்னு அவர் சொன்னார் ஒரே வார்த்தை, ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது, நீ வந்து இந்த மாதிரி யார் வாசிக்கிறா இந்த மாதிரி அப்படின்லாம் சொன்னாருங்க. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது, நல்லா இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகிருக்கேன், நல்லா இருக்குது அப்படின்னார். ஐ வாஸ் ஸோ ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்.
So for those of you who have heard DKJ sir sing, you will hear, you don't have to watch him sing, but when you just listen to his recordings, you can hear the joy in his voice as to how much he loved singing. You know, if you close your eyes, you can actually visualize this man who's smiling from corner to corner of his mouth, and from his heart, right? Because that Vak Shuddhi, that Shruti Shuddham, the Bhavam, everything is there. And so, but on top of all that, his humility is what comes across every minute that you interact with him. The most humble person, the most fun-loving person who loved life, who didn't have this, he did not live by any rules. He didn't say that musician should be like this, should be like that. When you're on stage, you respect what you are doing on stage. You have to respect that position and that sthanam, that's all. But outside that, outside the room, he would have like crack jokes with us. And so he did not make us feel scared of the profession or art form. I don't want to call it a profession, but the art form that he was practicing or what he was. So he blended that very well. So for us as students, we learned his humility, and the love for life and small things, you know. It's a very interesting thing. Once we went for a kacheri, he loves this pond's snow. That snow and there will be a cream, right? So he will only use that, okay? And I think if that jar of snow was empty, that's it. That kacheri, he will be stressed. So he needs that jar of snow. And we were in Lucknow, I think. Somehow that organizer had to go for, God alone knows where they went, and they found this pond snow, that pink mudi. There were two kinds, blue and pink, but he only used the pink one. So that had to be found, you know. So he was like a child at heart. So that's so important, you know, that one, and selfless giving. And after he passed, I had my central government scholarship and I had to continue that. And his wife, Mami, recommended that I should go learn from Nandanallur Ramanathan sir, because they were both singing together for a few years. So that man is a true Tyaga Brahmam in my humble opinion, because he lived in Nanganallur. He would ride the bicycle to Nanganallur station, train station, take the train, come, get off in T Nagar, walk to my house from there, which is like a 2-hour trek. He said, "Nee varakudadu, you should not, you're a young girl, I don't want you trekking all the way." He would come home. First thing he comes home, my mother will give him more. He will do his Madhyanam, his Sandhya Vandanam, and then he will teach me for 2 hours. He will again have some food and then go to Krishnagana Sabha, where he had to teach from 3 to 5. So this he did 3 times a week. And which teacher would do that? That selfless giving. You know, if I close my eyes and I can hear him sing. And then he would do, Margadi Masam, he would do Unchavritti in Nanganallur. For those of you who know the Nanganallur Sabha, Ramanathan sir he's unfortunately not doing very well now. But then what we learn from them is they're human beings first. And then they are so good in what they do. I think that's what makes them.
Thank you for
If you
sharing
just
that.
add
One quick anecdote about DKJ sir. When I accompanied him in one of his last concerts in 1990, December, after the concert, he used to like soda.
Yes.
I think Fanta, I think.
Fanta, specifically
so,
Fanta.
So I think it was Balaji Shankar who was singing behind him that day. And he gave it to him and said, Inda Kudi. He gave it to Balaji. DKJ sir gave it to Balaji. And Balaji said, "Illa sir, pazhakam illa, idella pazhakam illa." Immediately DKJ says, "Pazhaka partikoda."
You know, he would say, you don't have to be goody gumdrops. You are a human being, enjoy life is what he would say. Because he would say that comes across in your music. Yes.
Okay. My interaction with suddenly when she's talking, this is several decades ago, January 1st concert in Tamil Isai. இவர் வந்து விஜய் சிவா வோக்கல், ஸ்ரீராம் குமார் நினைக்கிறேன், நான் மிருதங்கம். யங்ஸ்டர் தான், ஒன்றும் அவ்வளோ பெரிய பேர்லாம் கிடையாது, ஜஸ்ட் அப்கமிங். ஸோ ஆடியன்ஸில் வந்து டிகேஜி உட்காந்துருந்தார். ஸோ நான் நினச்சேன், சரி நம்ம செஷனை கேட்கறதுக்காக வந்திருக்காருங்களா, ஐ டோன்ட் அஸ்யூம் இஸ், ஸோ செஷனை கேட்கறதுக்காக வந்திருக்காரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் வாசித்தேன். தட் டே இட் கேம் அவுட் வெரி வெல், ரொம்ப திருப்தியாக இருந்தது. வாசித்து முடிச்சுட்டு நம்மளை பார்க்க யார் வர போகிறா, ஸோ நான் மாட்டில் மெதுவாக எல்லாத்தையும் பேக்கிங் எவ்ரி திங் கேர்ஃபுல்லாக எடுத்துட்டு எவ்ரிபடி ஹஸ் கான். Vijay போயாச்சு, ஸ்ரீராம்குமார் போயாச்சு. அந்த அப்படி உள்ள you have to go through the back door and come outside, there's a corridor. நான் 1.5 மணி நேரம் தமிழ் தான் சொல்கிறேன், 1.5 மணி நேரம் கழிச்சு, means like after a long time, I walked out and D.K. Jayaraman sir was waiting. அத்த நேரமாக he is waiting to congratulate me. And மறக்கவே மாட்டேன், நான் like பெரிய ஒரு கிரீடம் வச்ச மாதிரி இருந்தது. இவ்வளோ நான் உடனே டிட் நமஸ்காரம், ரொம்ப நல்லா வாசிச்சப்பா தம்பி, ரொம்ப நல்லா வாசிச்ச சொல்லிட்டு, அது மாத்திரம் இல்லை, பக்கத்தில் வைத்தியநாதன் வந்து சன் வைத்தியநாதன் இஸ் எ கிரேட் மிருதங்கிஸ்ட். வைத்தி எப்படி வாசிச்சான் பார்த்தியா, இன்னும் மறக்கவே மாட்டேன் நான். பிகாஸ் அவ்வளோ கிரேட். நான்லாம் வந்து அவளை வந்து சிவராமன் சாரும் அதுவும் ரகுவும் அவளை அப்படி ராமபத்ரன் சாரோட அப்படி கேட்டுட்டு அப்படியே மலைச்சு போய் பார்த்துட்டு, இவர் வந்து நம்மளுக்காக நின்று, அப்போ ஹவு மச் அவருக்கு ஈகோவே கிடையாது. How he has truly appreciated the art in somebody irrespective of age, experience. True, அந்த ஒரு ஆர்ட்டை மாத்திரம் பார்த்துட்டு வெயிட் பண்ணி அவன் வரட்டும் வெளியிலன்னு 5 நிமிஷம். நான் அன்றைக்குன்னு பார்த்து லேட்டு, அன்றைக்கி எல்லா கூத்தும் ஐ டிட். பிகாஸ் அந்த ஆரம்பிக்கும் போதே ரவையை கொட்டினேன் ஸ்டேஜில். ஒரே நான் கொட்டின உடனே விஜயசிவா அம்மா இருந்தா, and she came, mommy came and said, நல்ல சகுனம், நல்ல மறக்கவே மாட்டேன் இந்த கச்சேரியில். she put me at ease immediately. So நல்ல சகுனம் கொட்டிட்டா, நல்ல சகுனம், கவலையே படாது.
You know, one more beautiful thing, if I may.
I think we have to move on to Hari. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to say this one thing about how he was appreciative of so many things as DKJ. So no. So what he was very upset. He did not like people singing for dance. Okay. And look at me. Okay. Okay. So then T.S. Sarthi Mama, if you know, he's a big musicologist. He called sir and said, Jairama, Alarmel Valli is a dancer. She's looking for a singer. So I want Asha to sing, because I had gone for my Padams and Javali's thesis to Mama. So then sir said, dance ka adala unnu venda Partha Sarthi அப்படினு. So he said, illa they are from Brinda Mukta Vali. So it's a good vali, he will go. So then sir said, okay, ஒரு 2-3 பாடிட்டு வா, he said. Okay, just sing 2 or 3 concerts for trial. So when I came, he did not tell me he showed up for the Krishnagana Sabha program of Alarmel Valli, where I'm singing Mohamana Bhairavi Varnam. Okay, I don't know he's in the stage, in the audience. After the kacheri, I walk out and the first person I see is he's standing near Krishnagana Sabha, you know, the office, Yagaraman Mama's office, he's standing there. I literally froze, because this is a man who does not want me to sing for dance, and he gave me a permission, like a random yes, and he's there, and he looked at me, Bhairavi Jora Padine. That was it. I said, okay, good. I still get goosebumps when I think of that moment. That's how much of a zero ego person he was.
Thank you. The question is, what did you learn about your guru's approach? Life in general. Yes.
Okay. So first decade was all about Kalavum Karka, which translates to learn everything, even if it's thieving, even if it's theft. Learn it all, right? Learn as much, absorb as much as you can. And then the second probably decade or so was humility. Vinayam was the only thing that he would display at anywhere. So I'm talking, you know, a point where he was not a very, it's not an esoteric name. Most people who cared about Carnatic music kind of knew his name. Okay, that was the phase that we're talking about. But he was not a TV personality, not yet at the time. So even now he's very, very clear and humble, and will not accept any sort of center stage unless it is about talking about his elders, right? People he reveres a lot. And so this sort of learn everything, stay humble, and live life, right? That was the third. Even now I'm very, very gifted to be in association with him. He comes over, stays over at our home, and I've accompanied him on numerous concerts. Kalyana Kacheriilendha aarambichu in Chennai up to now. But most of the lessons that I have learned are all backstage. So எனக்கு இப்போ கூட ஒரு சங்கதி, புது சங்கதி கற்றுக்கணும்னா இந்த ப்ரொஃபைல்லேருந்து பார்த்தா தான் சாரோட என்ன பாடுறான்னு தெரியும். நேரம் உட்காந்தா பாட்டு வராது, பின்னாடி உட்காந்தா கொஞ்சம் ஓரளவுக்கு பாடுவேன். So that is sort of what I've learned, right? The whole thing that I've learned from him is Patantaram is absolutely important. There are songs, or at least phases in Patantaram where
no patantaram is good enough patantaram, right? So in a sense that there are certain songs that you will have to learn a certain way. You should sing it exactly only that way. There is also things where, and this is a lesson among many other lessons that I have learned since I America visa vaangitu. The first thing that I did straight from the embassy was show up at his place. I don't know why I did that. My mother keeps asking me, I didn't even inform my mom that I got the visa, my dad, but I showed up at his place, and the first thing he asked me, America kalambriya iduva iduva. And morning, Nandini Ramamurthy was there. She also was to share the same news that she got her student visa as well. So both of us got student visas. So when we did this, and he was like, "Oh, poni America poporiya, po iduva iduva." He had some plans for me, which today I have not found out what those plans were. But regardless, he asked me, "Music vachin enna pandradha irukka?" Abdin solrache, he quickly I totally froze, and I told him, "Sir, solli kodukalaanu irukken. I thought school mari edha pannalam chinada solli kodukalaanu irukken sir. Avladha ennala panna mudiyumன்ற மாதிரி that I thought he would let me go. So the weakest answer possible அப்படினு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்லி கொடுத்துறலாம் அப்படினா. "டேய் பிரமாதமான ஐடியா, இதுவே அப்படிலாம் சொல்லிட்டு மாட்டினான்." அதுக்கு அப்புறமா இப்போ ஸ்கூல் பேர் என்ன டிசைட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படினு. This was I had not even set my foot on American soil at that time. அப்பவே டிசைட் பண்ணியாச்சு. Right? So he was very, very clear that this is sort of the path that he wanted for me. So in that sense, the thing that he always lives is have ambitions, right? Have some ambition, even if it's a weak thought, it can go somewhere. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Yes.
Thank you. Mohan.
Guru's approach to life, right? Try is the only thing I learned from my guru. And one is sadhana, right? You can tell a student, this is sadhana, do it. But if you don't model it for a student, it is very hard. What is sadhana, right? What does it mean to so my guru, Krishnamurti he taught vocalists, he taught vainikas, he taught violinists and flutists. And we are different. Each person was taught in a way appropriate to their instrument, right? What they came. So it was not one rule works for all. So we all learned to innovate. And I had to transpose whatever he played in violin. I couldn't understand. Obviously, I learned violin fingering by observation. Today I can tell, but I had to play that on the flute. So it was all about how can you take this idea and put it there. Second, willpower. His whole family would be against him, but he would do what he had to do. He had to go forward. He modeled that if you want something, if something is a priority, you are the only person responsible for it. You're the only person accountable for it, right? So we all saw that. It's like, like I think Brahmanandam Sriram said, like if we used to read his eyes, right? That was the only thing. If you walk in, the expression is all good, we are safe, right? Otherwise, you're like, there's something going on. And you can tell that he is fighting for his position in the family about doing something, or he's trying to, go somewhere for a concert, and family didn't know at all, for example. Like, there's a kacheri. He's like, what? You didn't tell us, right? But so he had to go. Try. And this willpower was not, it was cultivated, of course, but at a time where in 1990 he had a speech stroke and he forgot all his speech. His music was intact. He lost his speech, and in 1 year, he learned how to read the newspaper again. He forgot how to read. He forgot how to. And that willpower is something that I pray for all, that we all have it. So, no, don't give up. Don't give up, however hard, however steep the climb might be.
I know we're out of time, but I would like to end by asking that same question, if I may, to the moderator.
Yes. The question about life in general. Kevian Mama was, first of all, very simple, very approachable, and off the stage and on stage, two different personalities. So on stage, they would see he's a lion, and off stage, just like a childlike, very simple personality, enjoying movies, enjoying very simple pleasures of life, and he was also a person who was extremely helpful, in the sense that
he would always want to help. If he saw a promising musician, for example, me in that age, who was reasonably okay, he took extra effort to have me accompany him in concerts with great murdangist on the other side, which I could never have dreamed about, and putting that amount of effort to encourage a musician, he's done for so many others, like Narendran sir, Vaidi sir, encouraging these younger musicians, and so it was all about giving and ensuring that the quality of music was retained for the future generation. And that's just one of the characteristics of K.V.N. Mama. So there are other things, but he's very honest, wanted to be very truthful in life, and so that's all I can say right now.
As a summary to what was shared by everyone, I think the only thing I can summarize, and please let me know if I'm right. We talked about lessons with gurus. You've talked about learning things that were not taught to you explicitly with gurus. You've talked about experiences with gurus. You've talked about their way of life. My takeaway has always been, and I know I'm probably speaking for all of you, at some point in time in our life, through this close association, we stop being our parents' children, please don't misunderstand me, and we start becoming our guru's disciple. And from the standpoint that எங்க அப்பா சொல்லுவார், குரு கிட்டேந்து நம்ம பாட்டை மாத்திரம் கற்றுக்கல, அவளுடைய நெளிவு சுழிவு, அவளுடைய நுணுக்கங்கள், அவள் நடக்கிறத வந்து some people start to mimic. Some people will mimic the way they smile when they sing. I very often think, Jayaraman Mama, சிரிச்ச முகமா பாடுறது காதால கேட்க முடியும்னு ஆஷாமா. She said, you can hear in the recording that he is a smiling singer. That's what I think actually when I hear Ashama. And when she sings, it's open mouthed and it's a smiling method of singing. So I think we don't just adopt what they so-called teach, but we observe and adopt everything. Rameshana Chanar, Sriramana Chanar, ava nadakara vidam, ava amandama irukra swabhavam, romba pesada tanmai. I see that in Rameshana. Adallam kuda you start to adopt over time. In the yara pathiyum தப்பா பேச முடியாதது, யாரை பத்தியும் குத்தம் சொல்லாதது, not passing judgment. We adopt all of that. We adopt, or we emulate, and we hope to adopt all of it. The point is that starts to become our personality after a while. And the Gurungrava, they don't just pass on certain qualities of the art, but its characteristics too, that we start to want to mimic. Everything about them.
Finally, to cap this all up, I want to say that regardless of where we end up in life, they are always our guru. Would you agree? In the sense that we might have a guru who is, for example, who are not a performing artist, and we may have performed 100 or 1,000 concerts, but they are still our guru, right?
Absolutely. And நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, இந்த சாதக சொற்கள்னு ஒரே அந்த அது மந்த்ரா. ஸோ இப்போ வந்து 1 hour சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கணும் அவசியம் இல்லை. அந்த ஒரு 5 நிமிஷத்தில் அதை கொடுக்குற சாரம் வந்து உனக்கு லைஃப் டைம் வரும். அது அன்லெஸ் நீ ரஷ் பண்ண, how will you get that mantra, the import of the mantra. ஸோ மந்த்ரா அது வந்து எப்படின்னா, you hear this in all the tales இல்லையா. இந்த ரிஷி ஒருத்தர் வந்தார், ஒரு தாரக மந்திரம் கொடுத்தார். திஸ் பர்சன் வந்து நிறைய ஜபம் பண்ணி மெடிடேட் பண்ணி தவம் பண்ணார். சுவாமியோட தரிசனம் அருள் கிடச்சிது, அவர் பிரச்சனை எல்லாம் சால்வ் ஆக போச்சுன்னு. ஸோ அதோட அர்த்தம் என்னன்னா, திருப்பி இது ரிப்பீட்டிங் தீம். இது இந்த மந்த்ராங்கிறது வந்து அவர் சொல்கிற ஒரு வார்த்தையும் எடுத்து நம்ம மந்திரமாக நடக்கணும். ஒரு வார்த்தையும் ஒரு இதுவும் ஒரு கைடும் ஒரு இதுவும். அதனால அதுக்கு நம்ம வந்து ரஷ் பண்ணாமல், அவசரப்படாமல், அஜெண்டா வச்சுக்காம, டைம் பார்க்காம அப்சர்வ் பண்ணணும். கண்ணை மூடக்கூடாது, அப்படியே அப்சர்வ் பண்ணணும். Can't afford to close your eyes. இது என்னோட experience.
Don't expect an instant gratification and no performance-oriented learning. I think that is so important.
Thank you everyone. On that note, such a very informative.
Thank you, Mohan Rangan. Thank you, Hari. Oh,
say
Cholma.
No, I just wanted to add openness is another thing that my guru taught me is that he would never agree if I expressed a limitation. Once I said I don't want to, he said, why don't you go ahead and play F, Nalamana, forced to T. I said, no, I'm only used to E, and I got in trouble for that, but that's a different thing. But thing is, accepting others playing for you and seasoning yourself in the presence of other musicians, having variety around you was very important. We had to play with everybody and anybody. There was no, you could not choose, pick and choose. You have to go, you have to immerse yourself, fight it, come back. And that's when we would develop that resilience. So openness is something that I was cultivating.
Thank you all. Ramesh, Sriram, Asha, Hari, Mohan, for sharing
Thank
your
you, Shubha,
very
and the Lotus
unique
team for a-
experiences with us.
Our heartfelt thanks to Guru Sri Ramesh Srinivasan. Is Bharat Rangaswamy here? Is somebody here? Can we get a quick photo? Thank you, Guru Shri Sriram Brahmanandamanna. Appa, nikka veil mari. Adu. Thank you, Guru Shri Hari Devnath. Pang. Right. Permission. Thank you, Guru Sri Mohan Rangan. Double up puttar. They are custom made. Heartfelt thanks to Guru Srimati Asha Ramesh.